Hi, Tony.
Hey Dagmar, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Where are you? Are
I'm
you?
in Port Macquarie,
Oh, how good.
which is halfway between Brisbane and Sydney. So lovely, really nice. Home for a couple of weeks, which is good.
Oh, couple of weeks.
Yeah, a couple of weeks off. So no, it's good. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Moving
All
into moving into the nice time of year up there, yeah?
I know, I
Yeah.
know. It just has changed, like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just yeah. We got a few weeks of the heat when we came back, like it was like very strong.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. Yeah, and then really from one day to the next, the wind changed, and it's
yeah,
beautiful
nice.
picture. Yeah,
Okay, awesome. Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
yeah. And do I see a beautifully renovated house in your background?
Yeah, partly. It's a never-ending process at the moment, but yeah, this room is, I think, is just about complete. So this is Natalie's yoga room. So yeah, which is nice. So
Yeah, it has
yeah,
a nice flair to it.
it does. Yeah, it looks out on the pool, so that's always nice. And you hear the water in the background, so that's good. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
you know what it's like when you got a house. It's just never-ending sometimes.
it is. And when you feel you have finished on one end, you start on the next. You start again. Like it's just around and around.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
How
You
does my
can
computer look, Dagmar? Do I fit in the screen okay?
say it again, Tony.
Do I fit in the screen okay?
Yeah,
Yep.
just do it. I can't see your mat, so
Can't see my
maybe you
Mac
have to bring your computer a little bit further back.
further back.
Yeah, the sound is good. Like I can hear you well. See how you can see my entire T mat. I think that's
Yep.
always nice if that works.
I can't see myself in the video. Hey, Gabby, how are you?
We can't hear you, Gabby. Not yet. No, I can't hear anybody anymore.
Well, I'm
No.
still
Can
here,
you hear
Dagmar.
me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Awesome.
Good. Can
Beautiful.
you see me too?
I can see the bed behind you and I can see parts of you, but not
I
your.
can't move much because my room is very small.
Okay.
Can you
Sometimes,
see me here?
yeah, I can hear you. Sometimes it helps to put your computer a little bit higher up.
Higher.
Yeah, because yeah, extra blocks on. I have it on a little shelf. And then you turn if you're on a computer, you turn the lid a little bit down, so then you get the perspective onto the mat. Nearly straight, but a little bit down. Maybe 3 to 5 degrees. Okay. I don't know whether I can. Let me see. So do you guys see yourself?
No, I don't see myself.
Can you go on gallery view on the right upper corner? And you should see everybody.
View, gallery.
Or are you on speaker?
I'm on speaker.
So when you go on speaker, you see, you see yourself, don't you?
No. You mean audio when I say audio?
No, like in the right upper corner. Are you on an Apple, Gabi?
Okay. All right. Hang
Yeah.
on.
And you're on the right upper corner.
Mhm.
There is view, and then you can go either on speaker view or you can go on gallery view. If you go on gallery, you see everybody. Maybe later you want to see just Rishi, I don't know. I'm on gallery and I see Toni, I see myself, and I see you, and I don't see Rishi yet because he hasn't turned his camera on. So we Jay Guru Devi.
Jay Gooder Davy, I was just sitting here
Jenny.
listening to Dagmar be a masterful tech
Yes.
tech person and just waiting to hear my name. It looks like we're set. Are you ready, Gabby? You got everything you need?
Yeah, I can see everybody, but I cannot see myself. Yes.
You can see yourself. Are you on a laptop or an iPad?
On a laptop.
Okay. If you go up to where it says view in the top right corner,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
and then if you
Yeah.
scroll down, it says speaker, gallery, multi-speaker, change theme. Under somewhere it'll say show self view. It
Yeah.
might, yeah, click that and you'll be able to see
No,
yourself.
I'm here. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
that's happened to me before too. And I jumped around in little circles going like, what's going on? Because we couldn't see,
Got
like if
it.
I'm, and that's the trick. All right.
Mhm.
Okay.
So happy to have you here, Rishi, and to take the last step for Gabi and Toni on their journey through level 2 and for certification. And then, of course, continuing teaching and learning is happening, but it's a beautiful big step to finish a level. And I'm very, very feel honored that you go that step with us as little crew.
Oh, thank you, Dagmar. I'm absolutely thrilled to be back with the CANS group. And I'm so glad we're finishing level 2. Dagmar phrased it perfectly, which is continuous learning. It's just a chance for another teacher to be involved in the certification process. I have no doubt that you've been perfectly trained by Dagmar. And from the very start, when College began teaching daily live online, there was Dagmar awake at 4 in the morning to make sure you didn't miss anything, and that has continued. I would have predicted that, but seeing the dedication to learning and to continuing learning and to seize the opportunity to learn with College speaks absolute volumes. Yeah. So we are so thrilled to be here. And yes, we have 3 days together for series 3, 4, and 5, continuing practicum, picking up where we left off. And everybody did great in the first round. So I foresee nothing but us learning and growing together. All right. I've seen you both. I've seen Dagmar, online continuously, but I've seen you both, Gabi and Toni, on social media quite various times. I followed your journeys and your birthday celebration, which looked amazing, Toni. And I see updates from Gabi like you could be anywhere. I think one time you were just like in the middle of Australia somewhere by that huge rock. You were out there. Yeah, very cool. Okay. Now practicum is a lot of you guys teaching, and there's just 2 of you, which means you're going to be busy. Yeah. And I will be flowing with you at times. I will be like kind of up close watching at times. Generally, I leave my camera on unless I'm like really up close looking, or trying to watch something, and then I'll just turn myself off briefly, but I'm always here. And it's just great to see you. You guys have anything you want to share? Anything you want to say before we jump into series 3?
I just probably apologize for the mess behind me because I am in a very small room, and I try to do a tea mat here. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to work it, but my
Yeah.
other option was outside in the lounge room, but we've got a lovely little dog to look after at the moment, and I think I would probably continuously have to share with
Yeah.
him. So I just have to do the best I can in adjusting.
Oh, sure. That's fine, Gabby. If at any time, like I feel like I just want you to shift your screen a little bit, I'll let you know. But otherwise, I think we'll be good to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Rishi, yeah, like I had a great birthday celebration, but I also had a little bit of drama, so my body is a little bit limited. I had a bit of a bad concussion actually.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and then actually ended up knocking myself out that night. So just
Wow, really?
I ended up in the emergency
Oh my gosh.
in Norway. So I've got a little bit of a limitation in my neck, upper
Sure.
spine. So particularly knees to ears, which I'm not great at anyway, and that's a bit
Yeah.
of a challenge for me. But
Oh, yeah, that that should pose no issue to modify as needed at all times. I mean,
cool.
it's, also when you're teaching, Tony, it's good practice or when you're guiding a sequence, it's good practice to offer cues that you would give to yourself. Like if you're feeling something, you feel like, gosh, I have that tightness in my upper neck and this is how I would modify it. Just give that cue out like you were giving it to students. Yeah, it's really good practice.
Okay.
Now, when we've already been through 2 series in level 2, so I know both of you are more than capable of speaking through level 2. But I leave it up to you. You don't have to just jump right in and be flowing and giving every alignment cue and watching students. You can for first you might just feel more comfortable sitting and watching and just speaking and watching us flow and giving cues that way. You might, if you might feel more comfortable only giving posture, breath, and side, and that's okay as well. And then as you get into the swing of it, as we continue on, then as you're ready, you can give more. Or you might feel completely ready to just, teach as you would anytime, and that's great as well. But I don't want for you to feel like there's expectation that you have to prove that you're ready. I mean, Dagmar's trained you. I assume that you're ready. We're just doing this together. And there's no, as we say every time, there's no test in that way. If there's anything, if I want to hear you say more of something, I'll just say that. We often stop after each sequence and we may discuss something or something may come up. I have seen College do so many things on live that I have never seen before, or watch her teach something in a different way, or give options that I would think, oh wow. And so I'll be sharing, as I'm sure Dagmar has, I'll be sharing as much of that with you as I can, while still keeping in mind that what College would teach online to knowing, and she knows who's there. It might be a level 1, 2 class, but everybody's, can do level 3. She may give options at different times that aren't specific to that level. But in teacher training, we do it like systematically. And so we'll spell that out. Like a good example is when we started online and College would be teaching basics. And at the end, everybody would do inverted bridge. And I think, wow, inverted bridge is taught in we do elevated bridge at the wall in the beginning of in the beginning of level 2, and then we eventually were doing it away from the wall. And here College is doing it in basics. And I asked about it, and she said, well, yes, because the manuals are systematized as if we have no props, as if everybody is holding their hips in their hands, and bearing all of the weight of their body on their arms, and they have that flexibility, and they're doing inverted bridge that way. In which case, level 2 makes perfect sense and makes sense why we start at the wall with elevated bridge. But when you have props, and like in basics, they may be in bridge with just a block that high. And so lifting the legs off the ground is no big barrier. Almost anyone could do it, even in like therapeutics. That's one example of many that have been, eye-opening. I've been studying along as everybody has, and just, it's a really rare opportunity to take a class with College, much less every day for 5 years. So we'll take that with us. All right. Any questions, comments, guys, before we start? Okay, we're going to begin with Series 3, and we will turn to the full version of Series 3. We'll go to the main version, not the condensed versions, but the full version. Since there's two of us and we have time, we'll be working from this one, probably from the main versions, at least today. Now, we won't do everything. There's like I'll pick and choose certain sequences, and there are some things that both of you might teach, like the inversions at the wall when we do form stand and L mount and things like that. It's really good practice, and I know it can be challenging. So some things we might repeat. We'll definitely take we'll take short breaks as needed. We'll take a longer break about halfway, maybe 20, 30 minutes. We'll see how everybody feels. Because both of you are teaching so much, I'm leaning towards like we'll take a full 30 minutes. We don't want to make it too long because then it's a little bit rougher to come back, but I'm sure everybody will like a break at that point. Okay. And Dagmar, always you jump in at any time, speak at any time, share at any time, exactly as you feel. Okay, oh, that's level 2. So is everybody there? We're on page 111. And we'll start. Does anybody want to volunteer and guide us through 1 through 21?
Might start that.
Go for it, Gabi.
Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you so much, Rishi, for that opportunity, and everybody, of course. Let's begin and transition into standing, perhaps just hinging forward through cat, tucking toes, coming into earth touch, and just taking a moment in earth touch to allow the thighs, the calves to open, to broaden and to lengthen, and just letting the head go. Can begin with bent knees as we're just warming up. And just when you're ready, roll to standing. Upward salutes. And arms over the sides and down. And then stepping forward to the front of the mat. Placing blocks as needed, parallel to feet. And feeling your body in standing just for a moment. Deepening breath to complete breath. And as you feel really ready, the next inhale, upward salute. Exhale, earth touch. Inhale, lengthen, lift into monkey. Exhale, stepping or light jump through mountain lift into mountain. Exhale. Oh, sorry. Not really the menu here, sorry. From mountain. Next inhale, right side swan. Landing both knees at the same time. And exhale, mountain lift into mountain. Left side swan. Inhale, mountain. Keep on flowing. Swan, mountain. Alternating sides. Clearly moving through mountain lift with the chest open and then lowering spine, vertebra by vertebra into mountain. As you're moving forward, swan, finding length in opposite direction. And continue this flow. Continue flowing until your next time in right side swan. Losing blocks. Lean to the right. Bend left knee to squat tortoise. Right knee lifts, hinging forward. And exhale, mountain lift, mountain. Right side swan. Continue. Repeat. Leaning to the right, bending left knee, right knee up, lengthen spine, stepping back, mountain lift, mountain. Repeat. Right side swan. Lean to the right, squat tortoise, mountain lift, mountain. Continue. Right side swan. Squat tortoise. Into mountain. Flowing, exhale, cat tuck. Into cat. Exhale, cat bow two. Inhale to lift. Repeat, cat bow two. Elbows in. Shoulders, head lift forward as you lower
Yeah, cat bow two.
and as you lift.
Mhm.
One last round. Next time you cat, exhale, mountain lift into mountain. Inhale, left side swan. Lean to the left. Squat tortoise, quarter turn to the right. Exhale, mountain lift into mountain. Flow in your own breathing rhythm. Repeating through squat tortoise into mountain. Keep on flowing until next time you face forward into mountain. Sorry. Exhale, cat. Inhale, cat. Exhale, extended child. Inhale, toe stretch. Exhaling, pray. Hands toward each other for cat bow 1.
So Gabby, you can complete right there, just release to child, and everybody complete your sequence and we'll release to child and roll to natural seat. Mhm. You can release your feet down, roll up so that it's, or take any comfortable seat you want. Yeah. Mhm. I stopped Gabby just so we can just look. This sequence is a little tricky in the first part of series 3, so we can go over that because we missed just one part. But as soon as you started speaking, Gabby, I thought, oh, she's right on top of this. Like, meaning like you're going to have no problem speaking through level 2 through these series. That was great. I could hear it in your voice. You were flowing nicely. You were speaking. You were giving cues. That's really great, Gabby. Yeah. So I want to make sure that's clear first, because I know whenever we get feedback, it's always nice to know that things are really good, you know, and everything else is just details.
But I think I forgot one turn, didn't I?
So that's the tricky part.
Yes.
Is I know, and I didn't say anything because I just was waiting to see like what would happen, you know, because you might recognize it and kind of remember, oh yeah, and then
Yeah.
maybe flow through it. So what happened is when we start in this, we're on number 6 and 7. I'm sorry, 8 and 9 doing the turns.
Mhm.
You do the first one. So if I start on the first part of my mat and I make my first turn, that's 1/4 turn and I'm facing the side. Now it says repeat 4 times.
Mhm.
I've only done it once. I've got 4 more to do, which
Mhm.
means I'm going to end up in a circle and be facing not the front of my mat, but the
Right.
side of my mat when
Yeah.
I'm done. So we actually do 5 total. And then we do the cat bows facing on the T mat, facing the side of the mat.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and you would do your bows that way. And then mountain, and number 14 and 15 is 1 turn, and that's when we turn forward again.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we turn, yeah, and then we're back facing the front, and we repeat the entire thing on the other side. So then we've already done 5 on the right and 1 on the left in the first round. And on the next side, we do 5 on the left and then 1 on the right at the end. So at the very end, we've done 6 total on both sides. It says 4, but we end up doing 6.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Now, if we don't do it that way, if we just do, you know, you could modify this easily. Just look and say, I'm just going to go in a circle and face the front and do the cat bows that way. Then you would just skip 14 and 15 because you're already facing forward.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If that's a little fast, if you don't follow, just let me know. I just want it to be clear. Like I had to convince myself of this in my first level 2 teacher training because I got really confused, like teaching it to the students and realizing, oh, I don't do this right. Like I don't do it the way the manual was, and you know, counting on your fingers and getting it in my own head that there's, you know, we do 1 turn and then we do 4 more, and then there's a
Yeah.
turn to bring us forward again.
No, I understand. I was probably not reading it properly either. Haven't
Well,
done
no,
it.
it's easy to miss. It's easy to miss unless you're prepared for it because it says 4 times, and you naturally think that 4 times is a circle to bring you to the front. But if you know, if we followed the directions exactly,
Yeah.
pretty much they're never wrong. It's just it's easy to miss that. The reason I stopped is because then you kind of jumped over the second round of cat bows, and then at that point I realized we had just sort of we were just sort of, you know, off road a little bit.
Yes.
And we were making good time, but we were off the main road.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you guys watch this with the with the release of the foot going into the turn, you have a couple of choices. One is you go fully into swan and the back toes are still tucked. Now, the foot would release there as you're beginning the turn, the foot is extending back and the toes are kind of guiding the leg back. The hip is what's opening. You're not moving your leg and then your hip, but you feel that the foot is releasing and turning, and guiding back into the quarter turn. Yeah. The other way to do it is if your students know this. And I mean, that's not saying if you're teaching it for the very first time, you couldn't say, inhale into swan, now release your foot, and everybody extends their foot back. Then they do the next part. That would be like a step-by-step way to do it. You flow into swan and you tell the students, okay, now we'll release the foot completely, and now lean onto the right hip and feel the left foot lift up and back, guiding you to the side, something like that. But once they know that, then they can extend the foot and turn together. The other option, once they know that, if you have students that are, they know the turn, they're a little more capable, then you can lengthen the spine and release your foot together from swan. Again, that's not the first way we would learn it. That's just a later option, but because then you know that you're making the turn and you're going to have to release your foot. So when you come forward to swan, both knees land in the hips, and you gave great cues that way. And then as the spine is lengthening vertebra by vertebra, the left foot is extending back.
Okay.
So it ends up being, the foot and the head go together, and then it's a continuous flow into the turn. And then, yeah, foot, and if you can, try and move both legs together in the turn. Not everybody can. It may feel like the front leg is just glued to the ground. But what I mean is you might turn and leave the foot there, and then you've got this big distance between the foot and the thigh. And ideally, that foot would glide over against the thigh, just like we were in half tortoise. It is half tortoise. Then leaning back, lifting the right knee, left knee comes in, then pressing the hands back in inner Om Mudra. Yeah. The way to make that a little easier to turn and move the top leg is when you're rolling back, it kind of takes the weight off of your of your leg, your swan leg, because you're leaning the weight back. If you'll see students do this frequently when they're starting, they'll release the foot, they'll keep their body forward like this, like out and over the leg, and that weight is pushing down on the right leg. There's no way it can move. And then they'll lift up and they'll have this big space. Whereas if you're turning and you feel from the base of the spine, as both of you did, you're tucking and rolling back, then you're able to glide the right foot over. Now, because I'm leaning back, this foot is lighter. And if I'm leaning forward, like there's no way I could get it off the ground. I mean, I'd have to like pick it up and drop it. Yeah. Yeah, I think everything else looked really great. And your pacing was good, Gabi, and your words were good. And your economy of words was nice. Like after you explained it once or twice, you didn't keep repeating the same cues. That was all great.
The little thing I observed is they just really finish each wave all the way up to the crown. And even though your lower back is maybe not moving, just visit that area and start it with your awareness to lengthen there internally.
Oh, great. The last thing I had with speaking is this is a quarter turn squat tortoise to mountain, and you never actually said that. And that it's always good to say what the turn is, because like if you had a class and there were some beginners, but let's say like Toni was in your class, or I was, or Janet, or any of the students who know this, they might not know where you were going at first. And if you said exhale, a quarter turn squat tortoise to mountain, they would just do it. Like they know where to go. And then you could give the same exact cues you did to everybody else. Okay, yeah, sure. So let's start again in mountain at number 5. And Gabby, Gabby, why don't you go through the left side and taking all, because we finished the right side. Now we'll just go back and do the left side again. Actually, we did both. Gabby, why don't you guide the right side, number 5 through number 15, and then Toni, you do the left side. Yeah, and we don't have to, well, we don't repeat rounds, we just do those turns, but it's just to get it into our memories about the sequence. Okay. And you can just do one tap. We don't need to do 5. We'll have plenty of strengthening today. So just one bow is fine.
One bow. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to do rounds of the bows. Yeah, it's not about that.
Okay, everybody transition into mountain. Your next inhalation, right side swan. Releasing toes, leaning to right, quarter turn to the left, squat tortoise. Inhale, stepping, mountain lift, mountain. Continue, right side swan. Leaning to right, releasing toes, squat tortoise, mountain lift, mountain. Right side swan. Squat tortoise, mountain. Right side swan. Squat tortoise, mountain. One more round. Right side swan. Squat tortoise, quarter turn left. Mountain lift into mountain. Inhaling through cat, tuck, into cat. 1, cat bow 2. Exhale to lower. Inhale to lift. Sorry. Go. Exhale, mountain, asana. Is that as far as I'm going?
So we're,
Am I on the right track here now?
well, we finished the bow, and now we're in mountain. There's no asana. We have one more thing to do. That's 14 and 15, which would be left side swan, and then exhale, quarter turn. So just remember, we end up in the same position we started. We come all the way home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now I get it.
Yeah, so you're just 2 numbers away from being done.
Left side swan. Leaning to left, releasing toes. Quarter turn to the right, squat tortoise. Mountain.
You got it, Gabby. Good.
You got it.
Yeah,
I got
that's
it.
it. That's
Thanks.
it. We did it. Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Great.
And on your next inhale, left side swan. Right heel pushes back. Both knees arrive at the same time. Lower the hips. Lengthen through the spine. Exhale. Quarter turn. squat tortoise to mountain. Release the back toes, lean to the left. Passing through squat tortoise. Mountain lift, mountain. Inhale, left side swan. Tucking the tail, rounding the spine. Knees arrive at the same time. Lengthen from the base to the crown. Release the back toes, quarter turn through squat tortoise. Quarter turn to the left. Squat tortoise. Into mountain. Inhale, left side swan. Exhale, squat tortoise to mountain. Inhale, left side swan. Exhale, squat tortoise to mountain. Is it one more, Rishi? Sorry, that's 4.
Yeah. So at the end of this sequence, we do a right side swan and then a quarter turn to face the front. So we've got to keep going one more. There's 5 total.
Gotcha, and then back the other way. That's correct. Sorry.
Yeah.
That last one on your left side swan. Inhale, left side swan. Exhale, quarter turn. Squat tortoise to mountain. Inhale, cat. Exhale, cat bow 2. Inhale, exhale, mountain. Inhale, right side swan. Exhale, quarter turn to the left. Squat tortoise into mountain. And then your next inhale, cat. Knees lower as the heels push back. Exhale, extended child. Hips move back. Release the spine vertebra by vertebra. Inhale, toe stretch. Round the spine. Shoulders over hips. Hands to heart. Exhale, cat bow 1. Hinge forward from the hips. Inhale, prep for cat bow 1. Exhale, extended child asana. Hips move back and release.
So we'll do 2 more. We'll do 2 more rounds of this one just so we can see the flow. You've taught it correctly. Yeah. You repeat this.
Cool. On your next inhale, toe stretch. Tuck the tail around the spine, roll up. Shoulders over the hips as the energy moves through the heart center. Hands to heart. Exhale, cat bow 1. Hinge forward from the hips, maintaining length in the spine. Exhale to lower. Inhale, prep for cat bow 1. Exhale, extended child. Hips move back. Inhale, toe stretch. Exhale, cat bow 1. Inhale, prep for cat bow 1. Exhale, extend the child. One more flow. Inhale, toe stretch. Toes are tucked. Lengthen through the spine. Exhale, cat bow 1. Inhale, prep for cat bow 1. Exhale, extended child asana.
When ready, from extended child, you can roll to cat, then to child. I mean, you could always go to extended to toe stretch if you wanted to, but we'll be there for a few moments. And then when ready, rolling up, natural seat. Okay, guys, great. Yeah, I think that the sequence is clear, and the extended child toe stretch looked good. You both have really nice pacing and good rhythm. Like I don't see any rushing, and you're both controlled as you bring your hands together. That's really good. It looks really professional. And then, there's nothing, you could be a very flexible and strong person and have great words, but the moment somebody rushes a little bit in the flow, it just sticks out like a sore thumb, like playing music and suddenly the beat, you go off beat a little bit. To a professional musician, they would hear it right away. They would never do that. And you guys both have great rhythm in the flow. So it looks very smooth. Toni, you have a really relaxed voice and a relaxed presentation. I really, you have a great teaching voice. The only feedback I could offer in that short sequence is once, like if we're repeating something 4 or 5 times and you've said it once or twice, it's okay to be silent. Like you could say absolutely nothing except repeat or just continue 2 or 3 more turns. And as you're going, if you think of something new to say, or you feel in your own body, like often happens to me, I'll realize that there's something that I need to do, and I'll just say that aloud in case anybody else needs it. That way, it's not saying it's not repetitive each time. And it also gives us the opportunity just to kind of glance around and see, does everybody understand? Or if we're in a class where we need to be watching, or we want to watch a certain sequence, once the students are doing it, we can go and look. Yeah, so a couple rounds. Obviously, if it's a longer flow or it's got more details, we may have to speak a bit more. Or if they're newer to the level or just you can tell like they need every round some guidance, totally fine. But yeah, I feel like here you can just once you've got us going, try it. Just try saying nothing for a round or 2. Okay, let's go down. We're going to skip a part here. We're going to go from sequence is going to be starting in toe. We'll go back to extended child and roll to toe stretch, which is number 22. We'll do 22 to 25 or 22 to 27. And then what we're going to do is the swan bows in the middle, and we're just going to skip that part. So what we're going to do is we're going to go after we do the Cobra 2 rolls and then number 29 mountain, we'll just go 34 swan, 35 extended mountain, and then go directly into runner's lift. Now, if you guys don't remember exactly and you repeat something, it's okay. We're just not going to do the swan rolls, essentially. And we don't need to repeat swan to extended mountain here. The part that I want to see is the new things that are runner's lift, which is we've done before in series 1 and 2, but we'll go through that. And then the runner's twist to extended leg stretch. That's a good one to see. All right. Gabi, do you want to take a shot at it?
So basically we are skipping 30 to 35, or not quite, 30 to 33. I'm improvising here.
Yeah. So you're going to start from number 21 in extended child.
Yes.
And then you'll continue until you get to number 30. So basically you're going to go from 29 to 34. You're just going to go from mountain number 29 to swan number 34 and skip that middle part. Though by now we probably could have just done the swan rolls. But I'm realizing that yeah. But anyway, we're just going to forge on, and then you'll go to extended mountain and then continue from number 36. And I'll give you a reminder. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay. All right. Now let's everybody come into extended child. Just feeling all 10 toes tucked, heels looking straight up to ceiling. And inhale, toe stretch. Moving through raise slant. Hinging forward, heels press back, legs lift, tailbone tucks. Slight extension of the neck. Exhale, face down. Keeping this slant alignment, elbows bent. Both arms equal strength, face down. Inhale, cobra roll. Rounding from the neck. The round spine move up till the highest point, lengthen vertebra by vertebra, opening chest. Exhale, face down. And repeat, cobra to roll. Repeat one more roll. And transition, extended child, asana. On your next inhalation, toe stretch. Passing through cat into mountain. Your next inhalation, right side swan. Exhale, right side, extending mountain. We can take our blocks here actually. Once you got your blocks. Exhale, extended mountain, asana. Both shoulders level, hips turn down, hips turn back evenly, expanding in all directions. Your next inhalation, right side runner. Lower the right leg, supercharged, moving hips forward, stepping through, placing pillow, pad as needing, lower the knee through runner and lifting vertebra by vertebra. Toes can be tucked or release into runner's lift. Exhale, extended leg stretch.
Yeah. Toni, that's extended runner. And this is runner's lift. Runner's lift is this one. Like Gabby did it. It's like runner, but then you're bringing the shoulders back over the hips, but the arms are still down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's it. And then your hand, you're still pressing the hips down and forward. So it's the lower body is the exact same as runner. You're not going to change that at all. But you lift the upper body only as much as you can. What you want to avoid is lifting the torso and letting the hips go with it in order to lift up higher. We don't want to do this. We want to be here and then lifting up as high as possible, keeping that alignment and pressing the hips down. But your hands stay down in this one. That's a different posture. That's extended runner. This is just runner's lift. And then we go from right now we're repeating runner's lift and extended leg stretch. Then eventually when we get to 39, that's extended runner. Okay, go for it, Gabby.
So from where are we going? Somewhere lower. And runner's lift, extended leg stretch. Pushing both hips back evenly. Rounding spine coming forward. Runner. Runner's lift. Lengthening the spine. Opening chest. Extended leg stretch. Feel the feet are like on a railway track. Feet hip width distance apart. Lengthen spine as you move back. Relaxing spine as you're moving forward. Knee above the ankle. And then opening through the spine. One last round. And next time, you're coming through runner's lift, sustain, asana. Both hips kept down, engaging your pelvic floor muscles, not sagging into the hips, keeping chest open, spine is elongated, crown of the head reaching up, feeling opposite energy forces. Your next exhalation, extended leg stretch. Inhale, moving through runner's lift, and releasing the hands off blocks. Arms upward salute to extended runner. Exhale. What am I doing here? Sorry. I think it shows that I've been up since 2 o'clock this morning.
Oh my. Yes, extended runner into runner's twist.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Okay. Let's come back into runner's lift, releasing arms. Inhale, extended runner. On your next exhalation, rotating from the base of the spine, releasing the arms into runner's twist, asana.
Toni, bring your right knee forward over your ankle. Keep going. Yeah, right there. And then if you lift your upper body, don't let your knee move at all. Just keep it pressing forward. Yeah, that's great. Good, good.
Your next exhalation, releasing the twist from the base of the spine, release vertebra by vertebra, releasing the arms, the hands. Exhale, extended runner, the arms lifting up. Exhaling, releasing arms into runner's lift and extended leg stretch, asana. Hips move back. To deepen the stretch, we'll be hinging from the hips for a deeper stretch.
Toni, take your blocks high and lift your sternum.
Oh, thanks. Sternum remains lifted, looking forward. Your next inhalation, runner, with the relaxed spine, placing the foot, and this time it's only runner, so the spine is parallel to thigh, placing blocks as needed. Exhale, tucking toes, moving mountain lift into mountain.
Pause there. And then Toni, if you feel comfortable just jumping into the other side, we begin with, it would just be left side swan, left side extended mountain, and then you'd be on number 36.
And on your next inhale, left side swan. Exhale, extended mountain, left side. Inhale, left side, runner. Sorry, passing through runner to runner's lift. Lower the back knee. Inhale, runner's lift. Front knee over ankle. Exhale, extended leg stretch. Beating rounds of runner's lifts and extended leg stretch. Sternum lifted and extended leg stretch. Making sure our left knee is over our left ankle in runner's lift.
Toni, bring your left foot a little bit closer to your hip. So you might need to do it in runner, and then you might need to extend it forward and extended leg stretch. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
When you are next in runner's lift, maintain runner's lift asana. Lengthening from the base of the spine through the crown of the head. Bringing your awareness back to the breath. You might like to release your back toes here. On your next exhale, left side extended leg stretch. Hips move back, maintaining length in the spine. Relax the spine vertebra by vertebra if you have the flexibility. Or if not, you can keep spine straight with your sternum lifted. And on your next inhale, runner's lift. Exhale here. Inhale, extended runner. Arms reaching up to the sides, coming together over the head. Exhale, left side, runner's twist asana. Moving from the base of the spine, vertebra by vertebra, and releasing the arms T. Bringing your right arm to the outside of your left leg, and either relaxing your left arm down or bringing your left arm, excuse me, behind the back, behind the small of your back, twisting to the left. Nice, Gabby. And on your next exhale, runner's lift. Undoing the twist, starting from the base of the spine, through the crown of the head. Hands by the side on blocks, or just by your side there, making sure our left knee over our left ankle. Inhale, extended runner. Hips move back, maintain length in the spine. Might need to glide your left foot forward and relaxing the spine vertebra by vertebra. Or keeping the sternum lifted. And apologies, just going to run through that one more time.
You got everything right.
Lift.
You got everything right. You just needed to say extended leg stretch.
Yeah, so I'll just
Because you got all the other parts.
Yep, so inhale, runner's lift. Exhale here. Inhale, extended runner. Lifting arms to the side, overhead. Exhale, extended leg stretch. Lowering your arms with control to the side. Bring it into blocks or on the floor. Left side extended leg stretch, asana. Hips move back. Bringing your awareness to the breath here. Really bringing that breath into any of the areas that feel tight. Might be the posterior thigh muscle, might be the hip area. Just breathing into any areas of tightness or tension. And on your next inhale, runner. Placing your hands on blocks or on the floor next to your left foot. Abdomen to thigh. Tuck the back foot. Exhale, mountain. Passing through mountain lift. Relaxing vertebra by vertebra into mountain asana.
Hold here a few breaths as you feel. And then eventually cat to child. roll natural seat. Okay, great, guys. That last round, I like that. I like that Tony was like, I'm just going to run through it again. That's a perfect way to practice. That's what practicum is just practice. And yeah, so use that time. I want to look at just a little bit at the flow from runner to extended leg stretch, which is like the gift that keeps on giving. We sort of never stop looking at the alignment of that transition. Kalaji described it really cool. So think of it as your upper body and your lower body from runner to extended leg stretch and forward are doing two different things. They're just doing them at the same time, and they happen to flow together. So let's look at the lower body first. The lower body is, I'm not even paying attention to the upper body. The lower body is just doing this, right? Nothing else except the hips moving back and the hips moving forward. If I keep my spine completely straight, so I take it out of the flow, then this is a really simple movement. I mean, if I was teaching like therapeutics or basics or beginners and bringing this down in a level, because we learned it in level 1 and like really taking it slow, I would probably say nothing about the spine. We would just go forward and then go back. Like in therapeutics, we do this. People, they don't have to worry about learning the flow through the spine or tucking their chin or all that. They're just getting a stretch, right? This is already a huge stretch in runner. Then they move their hips back. Wow, that's a big stretch there. That's good enough. But now we add the upper body. And what your upper body is Cobra 2 roll. It's rolling into Cobra 2 and then releasing down into face down. Completely separately from the lower body. Like they're doing two different things. The lower body is moving the hips forward and back, and the upper body is doing Cobra 2 roll. When we combine those, it ends up perfect. So watch the torso here, releasing vertebra by vertebra. It's like it's going into face down. Now the chin tucks, and I'm rolling down the spine, and then lower, middle, upper into runner's lift. That's like Cobra 2 roll. Now I release out and over the leg, like to face down, the chin tucks, pressing hips down, and I'm rolling into Cobra 2. I mean, this is actually called a runner roll when we don't move the leg, but you can see the torso, it's just Cobra 2 roll. Now let's put the two things together and move the lower body and the upper body at the same pace. So my upper body from the very start is going to be going forward and down, and the hips are going back. That means right away, my torso is moving closer to the leg. See, it's not staying the same place in space. And if you can enter the forward bend, notice how the moment this foot is complete, the torso is complete. Now rolling forward, I'm just going to move the hips forward, and I'm going to think about Cobra 2 roll in the upper body. And it just ends up exactly right. See, but as the hips move, the torso is already going forward as much as it can. So you're keeping as close to the leg as possible, and the hips and the body move together. When we first learned this in level 1, we would kind of teach it like this. You're in runner's lift, and then maybe at first you just go back to a prep, or this is what the flexibility allows. And then we would say you can pause here, or those that are able to go deeper can hinge at the hips, then rolling forward. And that's systematically, that's great. But once they know it, the two things happen together. And the leg and the torso finish together, and then they flow together, and then lengthen into Cobra 2. There may be tension in the back of the posterior thigh muscle that limits the ability to do a forward bend. So that part may be taken out. You know, you're just moving the hips back, getting a great stretch, and then let the spine surrender like Cobra 2 on the way forward. It doesn't have to move closer to the, like if someone was here, and that's as much as they're going to do in extended leg stretch. Then when they go forward, they don't have to lower the body towards the leg. They can just move the hips forward, but let the spine surrender. And there's still a Cobra 2 there. And then, you know, you only lower the torso as far as comfortable. So that's right there. And then surrender forward. And Cobra 2. At your own pace, just try a couple rounds and incorporating those alignment cues and just see if you can feel it a little bit. That, you know, you can try doing just your lower body forward and back, and then just the upper body, and then trying to put them together. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tony, just take your blocks with you so you have them under your hands. Yeah, it just makes it easier. Yeah. Great, Gabby. That's exactly what I mentioned, just moving your lower body. Yeah, good. Yeah. That's it, Tony. Feel the relaxation in the neck from like the very beginning. So you're, I don't know if you can see, you're here. And then as you roll forward, right as the knee bends, you feel the surrender in the neck and the head and in the spine. Well, what you did is a little bit like this. You rolled forward and then remembered, oh yeah, my head, and kind of did something like that. Instead, just relax as you go forward. And as the hip is bending and the knee is bending and the body and the leg are coming together, your neck will naturally deepen into the roll and then lengthen up. Yeah, that's it, Gabby. Really feel a strong roll up like you're going into Cobra 2. Mm-hmm. And after you've done a few rounds on one side, you can shift to the other. Mm-hmm. It's okay to keep your sternum lifted and your back straight when you're going into extended leg stretch. And then when you're going forward, there's never, like if it feels really like there's tension there, there's not a need to lower the body towards the leg. You just go forward and feel the surrender in the spine. Like so relaxed. Mhm. Yeah, that was a good one, Gabby. Yeah, feels like it seemed like I just happened to look at you. It seemed like you were totally focused and you just got all the little parts together right there. Yeah, really good. And you can complete whenever you feel balanced on both sides, and we'll return to child. Knee over ankle and runner, and then to child. Mm-hmm. And then child as long as you wish, and then flow to natural seat. Great. Any questions, comments? All right, let us look at summer. Series 3 is a bounty of riches. there's a lot in this series. We're going to do the TMAT version on page 114 because it has the Kriya of pyramid lift to mountain, which is a good Kriya. And then okay, if we scan, I'll just give you an overview. You won't have to remember all this now, but we'll do the standing sequence 6 through number 1 through 21. And then we're actually gonna the sequence from pretty much from 22 into 36, that's all also in series 1. That's a really, I don't want to say standard, but that's like a core sequence in level 2 with the Cobra 2 roll, the boat, and the bow. And I think we'll pass over that right now because we saw it in series 1. And we'll pick up again with Cobra Mountain swings, and then the Kriya of cat to half tortoise, and then the crow sequence. Yeah. And if there's anything I'm going to pass over and you guys wanted to practice, you just let me know. I'm only thinking of time and how much we have in autumn and winter as well in this series. That's particular to this series, and so that's why I'm not going over those again right now. Okay. The only difference in between series 1 and series 3 with that Cobra 2 roll, boat, bow, frog sequence is that we have more preparation for it in series 1, and it comes in autumn. And here it's coming near the beginning, like right second thing in summer. So it's earlier. And that is definitely, I don't want to say more advanced, but it's progressed. One way to know what level we are is it like I can go to we could all go to a level 4 class or even a level 5 class with Ecology, and some stuff might be like, whoo, and other stuff we'd be like, wow, I can really do this, But does that mean that we're really like level 5 students, or does it mean that we can reach up to and have a fun class, but what we hold in our body is probably a different level? As Ecology says, like when you wake up in the morning and open your eyes, are you thinking bow and wheel and Hanuman? You might be progressing in level 2 towards that, or another person might say, no, I'm thinking leg stretch always in butterfly, and it would take a lot of work to get up into a level 2 class, or it might be a big reach. Being level 2 teachers, you're not at that. I don't mean you're at that stage at all. but that's just something Kalaji mentioned about feeling what you're holding in your body with a level. And when these backward bends end up earlier in the seasons, it's a good thing to notice. Like, what is it just as easy as, not as easy, is it just as available to you as it was when it was like in an autumn or a winter? Or does it feel like, wow, I could use a little more progression? I can feel like it's a little soon here in summer. But that being said, we're not going to do it. Okay, so let's look at, I think we'll each take a side. So we'll start at number 1. And Toni, I'll have you start, and you'll do 1 through 5, the pyramid lift, which includes pyramid lift to mountain. And then you can guide 6 through 21 on the right, and then Gabi will guide 6 through 21 on the left. And when you guys are guiding, you can, because we're going to child and talking in natural seat, you don't have to guide to, like, if you wanted to begin in standing, you could just say, we'll meet in standing, and that way we can all just just flow to standing. If you wanted to guide it, go ahead, but it's not totally necessary there.
All right, when you're ready, we'll make our way to standing to begin the next summer mat flow. And bringing your blocks to the front of the mat if required. And just taking a moment here to connect with a complete breath. And on your next inhale, forward salute. Exhale, earth touch. Inhale, monkey. Bringing your weight forward onto your hands or onto blocks. Exhale, pyramid 3, bending your knees, jumping back, landing lightly on the feet, passing through pyramid 1, pyramid 2, hands in Om, gliding back towards the back of your mat, then out towards the side, taking your shins or your ankles, relaxing the upper spine, head relaxed. Pyramid 3. Inhale, pyramid lift, bending the knees, rolling up vertebra by vertebra. Hands coming together, up forward salute. Forward salute. Exhale, mountain. Hinging forward from the hips. Hands come to the floor on blocks, bending your knees. Jumping back through mountain lift into mountain. Inhale, pyramid lift, bending the knees. Jumping out to the side. Option here to keep your knees straight or bending your knees. If your knees are straight, spine stays straight as you lift, hands come together, finishing with your hands above your head. Exhale, mountain. Hinge forward from the hips with a lengthened spine. Bending the knees, jumping back into mountain. Repeating rounds of pyramid lift into mountain in your own routine. As we're moving into mountain, that forward bend, really making sure that our spine remains lengthened. Head looking forward. And landing lightly on the balls of our feet and relaxing into mountain.
When you both roll up, focus on feeling the roll into pyramid lift, that your lumbar gets engaged. Because it's something that I was doing that actually Nandi helped me with, was that I would, when I was rolling up from earth touch or here, I would tuck the tailbone, bend the knees and tuck the tailbone and then just lift up. And I wasn't actually rounding in the lumbar. I was just tucking and lifting. And I said, well, I'm doing that. She said, but it's not expressing it in your body. I just wasn't doing it enough. You want to bend, tuck, but then feel really strong that you're rolling through the lumbar all the way up. And then when the shoulders are over the hips, the legs are straight, the neck is still in flexion. And the timing is the same as forward salute in the other time. Your neck is lengthening. And when the arms are about halfway up, your neck is finished. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that was good, Gabby. At least in your spine. I can't see your head, so I'm going to assume you're absolutely perfect. You guys can just do one more round and then into mountain. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, good, good, good. Yeah. Like straight as the arms lift, straight as you can. Yeah, great.
When you're next in pyramid lift, just hold here. And on your next exhale, right side triangle. Movement starts in the hips.
Oh, wait, Tony. You completely forgot pyramid lift. So it doesn't say it here.
Apologies,
right?
yes. Yep, my bad.
Yes.
Start that again. So we're just in.
So what it would be like this. On
Yeah.
that last round, when you jump forward from mountain, your legs land, and then you would roll up. And then from here, it would be the same as any other time. You're bending your right knee, lifting your arms, and you'd have to add the side to the pyramid lift.
Yeah.
So the name doesn't change, but we have to know that when the feet are staying forward, we just do it that way. But then when we're going to go into triangle, we have to do right side pyramid lift and actually turn.
Yeah,
Yep.
my bad.
Oh, it's okay. I'm sure it felt a little strange.
It did actually.
Triangle that way, yeah.
My bad. So we'll just, everyone can come to, let's come back to mountain.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to start from mountain into pyramid lift right side. So mountain, bending the knees, looking forward, jumping, landing into pyramid one, tucking the tail, bending the knees, rolling up, bending your right knee, hands come together, moving forward, right toes out to the right side, hands reaching above the head. Exhale, right side triangle. Movement starts from the hips, left hips move to the left, lower the right hand. Option here to keep the left arm raised or bringing the left arm behind your back. Triangle asana. On your next exhale, right side warrior. Left arm windmills back, bending the right knee. Right forearm placing on your right thigh. Option to extend your left arm along your left ear, or left arm windmills back. Just placing your left hand behind your back or reaching it round onto your thigh. Knee over ankle.
When you feel it, you're pressing your hips towards the camera and bringing your shoulders back, your torso back towards the wall, only as much as you can. Yeah, it's like you're gonna kind of go, I'm exaggerating a lot. You're gonna go from here to here. Yeah, that's it. I'm totally exaggerating just to make it obvious. Yeah.
Okay. And on your next exhale, triangle. Bending the right knee. The only movement is the knee is straightening. Upper body remains the same. Inhale, prep for warrior. Shoulders over hips, releasing the arms in front. Bending the right knee. Arms move up. Flowing warrior.
Like this, watch me. So
From
watch me. From side warrior, flow into triangle, and then you're lifting the shoulders. And once the shoulders are lifted, then the left arm releases down. Or if you're in side warrior 1, then as you're releasing to triangle, if you're in triangle 1, then as you lift to prep warrior, the arms goes down. But in both cases, first we get to here, then the arms just lift up like this. Yeah, so they don't go overhead, they just lift. So it's taking strength to try to keep the hips balanced and the shoulders over the hips and straight. Then the arms lift, and you flow into warrior like this. Bend your knee and release the arms down. That's it.
Yeah. So let's just we can come back to our right side triangle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Inhale, prep for warrior. Bringing your shoulders over your hips. When your shoulders are over your hips, your left arm moves forward.
Gabi, bring your left hip down, your right hip up, so your hips are balanced. Like it's going to take a lot of strength. Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Arms T. Exhale, lower the arms, bending the right knee.
Yeah.
Forward salute. Flowing warrior. Inhale, forward salute. Exhale, lower. Continue a few more rounds of flowing warrior. Next time your arms are lifted above your head. Arms T, looking head look turns to the right. warrior asana. Making sure our knee is over our ankle. Shoulders over hips.
Gabby, bring your either bring your back foot in or bring your right knee forward, but you're a little shallow in the warrior. Yeah, you gotta, it's a kind of a lot more. Yeah. So you would just walk your back foot in like that. Yeah.
And on your next exhale, side warrior 3. Hinging forward from the hips, right arm to right thigh. Option here is to take your block behind your knee, behind your right knee, and placing your hand on your right knee, and your left arm stretches behind, resting on your thigh. Side warrior 3 asana.
Yeah, good. So that's exactly it, with your hand on the outside of the right foot, the right knee over the ankle, but you're aiming to not have any weight on your right hand. That's the goal. So like, I know it's not easy, because if I'm just here and I'm just like in side warrior, I'm trying not to put any weight on my right arm. In side warrior 2 or 1, I'm using the strength of the leg, and this is like resting on a table. Now going to side warrior 3, I'm just hinging more deeply in the right hip. And this arm, because it's in the way, just relaxes down, but it's not, it's there for balance, but I'm not resting on it. If I rest on it, then side warrior 3 doesn't, there's no challenge there, right? You're just holding yourself up with your arm. You want to go deeper from your right hip.
And the other option, Rishi, is to loop the arm through. Is that correct?
That's called warrior bow, and that's in level 3.
Okay.
And this side warrior 3 is actually getting us closer to doing that eventually, where you have no hand support and you have to have the flexibility in the shoulders. Like Dagmar, I think I just saw her doing it perfectly. Can you just flow into warrior bow for a moment? Yeah, that's where see how she has her arms like effortlessly linked under her leg?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really challenging, and it's on a whole nother level. Now, the only thing Dagmar's going to do now is release her right arm down onto the block lightly onto the outside of your leg. Yeah, and that's side warrior 3. You see, she's got a little bit of support if she needs and balance, but otherwise it's all on the legs. Thanks, Dagmar. That's perfect. Yeah, yeah. So it's a common kind of, you'll see with students a lot. They go to side warrior 3 and it looks like suddenly it got easier for them, because now they've got a straight arm and they can just lean onto the block, and it's like, why do it? But imagine you didn't have your arms at all and you were going from side warrior this position and you're going deeper and deeper and deeper and trying to keep the body open. It gets harder because you've got more strength in your thigh, and there's more weight leaning over the front leg. The body wants to turn forward, but you have to keep it open. Yeah. And then this hand is just, it can be on any height, but you're trying not to let it hold you up. It should be all here. Okay. So let's flow back into, we go from, yeah, and after the warrior, it's really challenging because warrior's already taxing on the top of the thigh muscles, especially on the front leg. And then when we go from that directly into side warrior 3, it's so tempting to just take a break, but don't do it. Keep the strength in the thigh and maybe just hold shorter asanas your students need. Yeah. All right, let's go back to, we'll start in triangle, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna flow back into warrior. Just prep warrior. I mean, you're just gonna go into warrior 1. So you're gonna be in triangle, prep warrior, warrior 1 round, and then side warrior 3.
Okay.
And in side warrior 3, the top arm can be overhead or it can be back reaching for the thigh. Both are fine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Everyone, just bringing yourself back to right side triangle. And on your next inhale, prep for warrior. Shoulders move over your hips, arms T, lowering the arms, bending your right knee. Forward salute. Exhale, side warrior 3.
The arm on the outside, Gabby, and your leg, and you're hinging as deeply as you can in your right thigh. So what you're doing, Gabby, is side warrior 1 and 2, is you just want to go deeper, 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 and let your arm glide down. Yeah, to the outside of your foot, and just keep bending in your thigh. Like if you can go more, then you can bring the block even lower, but you've got to be able to keep the left hip open and have the strength in the thigh. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's good, Gabby. Do you feel it there in the top of your
Oh,
thigh?
yes.
Yeah, good.
Now on your next inhale, quarter turn into raised runner. Hip turns, foot turns. Hands meet the mat into raised runner. Exhale, slants. Right foot glides back as your elbows bend, lowering chest, hips, legs. Inhale here. Exhale, face down. Releasing the toes. Inhale, Cobra 2 roll. Tucking the chin, rounding the spine, and lengthen from the base to the crown. Exhale, extended child. Hips move back, tucking the toes. Inhale, toe stretch. Exhale, mountain. Inhale, right side swan. Exhale, quarter turn to squat tortoise to pyramid 3. Release the back toes. Passing through squat tortoise. Passing through mountain. Bending the knees, landing lightly to the side. Pyramid 1, pyramid 2, or pyramid 3. Pyramid 2 or pyramid 3. Pyramid 2, the spine remains straight. Pyramid 3, spine is relaxed with the head relaxed. Holding on to the outside of the ankles. Pyramid 3, asana. Oh, no, I'm going to repeat on the other side. So I'll just hold an asana here, pyramid 3 asana. Then I'm handing over to you, Gabby.
Okay. With your next inhalation, prep, left side, pyramid left, bend the knees, tuck the tailbone, roll vertebra by vertebra, bend the left knee, hands forward salute, lifting arms, heels, left toes turn forward, hips level, exhale, triangle, asana. Your next exhalation, side warrior 3. Bend the knees, adjust back leg if needed. Front knee above the ankle, back thigh fully engaged. Chest open, turning forward. Left arm is only slightly on the thigh. Your next inhalation, triangle. Only the hips move back. It's a deeper triangle. Your next inhalation, prep flowing warrior, torso lifts. When shoulders are above the hips, the arms release. Arms T position, bend the front knee, lower the arms, begin flowing warrior. Next time the arms are overhead, turning head forward, arms release, T position, sustain, warrior, asana.
So it's fine to do this, but we actually sustained warrior when we were doing flowing warrior because the lower body is still in the same position. So if you're going to hold this position for longer, keep in mind that they've already been in warrior for 5 rounds.
Sorry, I probably wasn't reading the manual. Sorry, Rishi.
Oh no, we'll talk about it. It's fine, but you can continue now.
Okay. Exhale, side warrior 3. Sorry, we're already here. Warrior. Exhale, side warrior 3, hinging from the hips, arm lightly onto the thigh, or using the blocks behind the left knee. Arm can be diagonally overhead or wrapped around. Your next exhalation, quarter turn raised runner. The arms release, the heel lifts, the hip turns down. You may need to realign your foot into raised runner. I'm sorry, I just need to move back because otherwise I'm going to hit my head.
Oh, sure. You don't need to say anything. You can just do it.
Exhale, raise slant. Then foot moves back, the hips remains. Exhale, bend the elbows through slant into face down. Exhale. I need to turn, sorry. Cobra to roll. Extended child. Inhale, close stretch. To lengthen. Exhale, mountain. Left side swan. Lean to the left. Release the foot, called tortoise. Hinging forward, stepping, pyramid, 3, thumping. Pyramid 3, passing through pyramid 1, pyramid 2, pyramid 3, asana. Your next inhalation, pyramid 1. So lift the torso, hands under shoulders or hands back on block, shoulders above the wrists. Your next exhalation into mountain. So bend the knees, lift the heels, passing through mountain lift into mountain. Inhale, raise slant. Okay.
Yeah, so you can
but
it,
I
it,
I
it's
need
okay.
to do something
okay. You
because
can
I can't go through slant with the blocks.
exhale into mountain, and then when you're ready, or face down, and then we'll just flow to a seated posture.
All right.
Yeah. So Gabby, everything was good. You just kept going, and you were just so once we got to mountain, we were finished.
All right. Okay.
That's a good point about going to raise slant and then face down. It's challenging to go from slant to face down with your blocks. Many people
Yeah,
can't because they don't have the what would that be? The external rotation in the shoulders, I guess, to lower the chest and bring with the hands up so high.
Yeah.
So one thing you can do if you ever end up in that position, if you're in race and you realize, oh, I can't go to face down this way. One way is just to lower the knees to basic slant, remove the blocks as needed, and then just go back to race slant. Yeah. And if you do that and your students see you modify, removing the blocks with awareness and control, that's a big positive for them because they saw you keep your breath and keep your awareness, keep alignment and keep the flow, even when removing blocks, But if we do it a different way, where we're just kind of like, oh, I forgot about the blocks, then you just get rid of them somehow. That gives the opposite thing. So look at every time we bring the props in, remove them, we need to make an adjustment, like we're too close to the wall, we don't have space. We can think of that as a great opportunity to demonstrate the flow at all moments. And imagine if a student was watching me now, what would their takeaway be? Was it that I really quick, I thought maybe nobody's looking and I just sort of took a shortcut, or I was totally calm and cool and just did what I needed, It makes a big impact. The thing I mentioned about with Warrior, if you just look at your manual, at number 11 is Warrior, and nowhere in any of the manuals does it say flowing Warrior Kriya. That's just implied by Warrior Asana. And generally, we do flowing Warrior. That doesn't mean you can't hold Warrior with your arms parallel and your head turned. You could do that if you wanted to. You could maybe do, maybe 1 or 2 rounds of flowing Warrior, and then you have more stamina to sustain Warrior. But because otherwise we might be, Warrior's challenging, maybe we're doing 1 round, 2, 3, like that's 5 breaths we're in warrior. And then we hold it and we're holding it 5 more breaths. Now we've been in warrior for 10 plus breaths. And the next posture is side warrior 3, which is, kind of just as challenging. So we got to keep that in mind looking forward. There's no way I would have been like beyond impressed, like amazed if you had foreseen all of that and you were like totally practiced with it. That's what practicum is for. That's why we're practicing these. So the next time you teach it or the time after that, you're like, oh yeah, I can't hold warrior too long, because then side warrior 3, we've got to hold that too.
Mhm.
Yeah, you were heading off into the next sequence, and we're just going to jump over that one. Overall, I thought the standing postures went well. Again, you guys continue with the smooth pacing, and that looks really great. Did you have anything, Dagmar?
I have one question. When we go, I just have to do it now because of. All right. Okay, so we go triangle. I just move through quickly now. Then side warrior. Then back into triangle. And then we come up, prepped for warrior. Do you always here bring the arms to T first, or when I'm coming like this, release my arm forward, go straight into forward salute and bend the knee? Would that be acceptable as well?
I've never seen that myself.
Warrior. It feels like I'm doing an extra
No,
move.
you just lift up, open, and then we go down.
Okay, so we open first.
And the first forward salute happens when the lower body is already in warrior.
I see.
Yeah. That one Kalaji is taught really specifically. Like I can picture her in Bad Meinberg doing it and showing the timing of the arm. Like when you lift up, if you're in side warrior, if you're in triangle 2, like I am with the hand in the back, that the shoulders are all the way over the hips. Then the arm releases.
Yeah.
Then the arms lift, and then we flow. And if you were in triangle 1, then as the shoulders lift, the arm would come down. But in both transitions, you end up here. Arms relaxed, lower body ready. Then the arms lift.
Okay.
Now there are other ways to flow into warrior. Just in this sequence and from these postures, this is the way we do it.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I know we've been through it before, but maybe it just got a little shortcut established here.
That's a great question. You never need to apologize for asking questions, no matter how many times they've been answered.
Yeah.
That's there's always something new to learn out of the flow. It's something to clarify. Happens to me. I don't want to say like all the time, but it's just an ongoing part of learning. I either I had something wrong in my head, or I saw it demonstrated in one particular circumstance for one student and in my mind took it to be for everybody always. Or, I learned it from someone else and maybe they were confused. There's many different avenues where, where we could have something mixed up in our head. It's always good to ask.
Maybe 2 things, for Gabi, for you, just watch your hips that they have that one hip wants to go up and down. And just what Rishi said before, hips forward, shoulders more back, so you're more upright.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Pattern, how it sometimes creeps in and we think this is
exactly. Yeah.
That exact alignment cue that Dagmar is saying, where we kind of lift up and we go into prep, but we're already kind of leaning towards the triangle. When we first started teaching online, and I always had a mirror, like I could always see myself. I would have to watch and just keep going. And, or when I had a mirror before that, because my hips aren't so flexible. And so I would think I was balanced and I wasn't. You know, I really have to give it some oomph to press to press one hip down and the other up. Like it's not effortless at all. There's actually quite a bit of strength being engaged to I can feel a big stretch right there right now.
And maybe for both of you, always think like that really that it doesn't stop in the neck, that the extension goes through the crown of the head.
Okay, great. Very good. I thought the raised slant alignments and the slant alignments looked quite strong, like impressively strong. I mean, both of you were spot on. And I mean, Dagmar, of course, is spot on. And so you guys both had that alignment in raised slant, which isn't, it's you know, it's not so easy to have really good alignment there and not sink a little bit or drop in the abdomen. So that was really great. Okay, let's go into we're gonna start, like we'll be in mountain in number 38 and flow to cat. And then it's this Kriya, cat to half tortoise. And you might remember in level 1, we learned this cat, half tortoise. But it's a little different in level 2 because we're not stopping in their intermediate position. And that's why we do a Kriya here. So anybody remember what this is and feel comfortable guiding it?
That one's got a big question mark for me, I think.
Like actually written in your book? Just a big... Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we do come through cat tuck in this one. What am I doing now? Hang on a second. Cat? No. Cat?
Toni, you had it. You had it, Toni. Keep going. You had it. That was it. Gabi, you got it too.
Yeah, I got to be very careful with my left knee.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I've got to. All right. So is it coming through cat tuck to
No. So
get more opening?
that was really close, Toni. Okay, watch me.
Okay.
So, and this is level 1 first. This is what we learned in the last level. And I'll do left side so you can see it. Keep maintaining cat and trying not to change anything else. The left toe is in line with right knee. Then in level 1, we rolled back and you actually brought your right hip on top of your right foot, because that's a good pausing point for those that need to place props. You know, get everything ready. And then you shift to the side and open into half tortoise. And then we did half tortoise twist from there. Now in level 2, it's almost the same thing, except the idea is that you don't need to stop and bring your hip on top of your back leg. You know, you can just flow continuously into half tortoise. So it'd be like this. Now you're rolling back and I'm bringing my hips all the way to the earth or to a prop. And then see, there's a subtle roll back to allow the leg to open. And then you lengthen into half tortoise.
Yeah.
And then coming forward is the exact same as in level 1. You've already done that. Though you might want blocks or pillows underneath the hands to press down so you can keep the spine length and going forward. And then here in level 2, we alternate sides doing this because you're actually learning that transition for the first time. So if you both want to try that a few rounds,
Yeah.
And if you need support under the hips in half tortoise, then you'll just need to move it side to side each time. Yeah, Tony, it's fine. That's good. It's fine to use your hands if you want to press down to the earth or to blocks. Yeah, that was actually really smooth without. There you go. Yeah, in fact, I would use your hands a little bit, Tony, so you don't have that kind of shimmy side to side, trying to get the momentum going. Yeah. Now, when you finish both sides, you feel comfortable, flow. You can just release the child in natural seat. Okay. And one of you, do you feel comfortable speaking through this and explaining, giving the cues as to what to do? This sequence is number 39 to 47. It's just the Kriya on both sides and then half tortoise twist. Half tortoise twist is exactly the same as we have in basics in level 1. This is what you just did, just being comfortable enough to say, whatever cues you want to kind of guide students what to do. I noticed, Gabi, I could see you thinking about when your spine was rounding, and it looked like you brought nice relaxation into the spine when you were moving back into half tortoise, and I could see you lengthening all the way up. So that was great. Okay, anyone want to try?
Changing forward into cat.
Okay.
Keeping your cat alignment, shifting the hips back, tucking the toes, shifting hips back, keep on shifting back, placing block. Oh, sorry. Something went wrong here. We'll try again.
Okay, we just reset.
Back into cat.
We're cool.
No, I was doing the wrong side.
We get lots, and remember that you don't start bringing you bring the foot forward with shoulders over wrists. Not until the foot is in line with your knee do you start moving the hips back.
Okay. But I have to start. Hang on a second. Oh, no. All right. Okay. All right. Keeping cat alignment. The knee will lift, tuck toes, start moving the hips back, sitting on block, pillow, or earth. Keeping a relaxed spine. Turning, opening through the right hip, right foot, sole of the foot against left inner thigh. And then begin to lengthen vertebra by vertebra into half tortoise. Tucking the tailbone, relaxing the spine to be able to lift the knee Place foot on a long spine, hinge forward into cat. Repeat second side. Cat alignment, knee bends, lifts. Place left foot, toes in line with knee. Sitting back onto block or the earth. Placing left foot against right inner thigh. Opening through left hip, lower knee. And then lengthen vertebra by vertebra into half tortoise. Tucking tailbone, lifting knee, hinging forward. Repeat, alternating sides.
You can just do one more on each side and then into the twist.
One more on each side, going in your own pace and breathing rhythm, finishing each posture. Keep on flowing until you come into right side, half tortoise. Making sure your spine is beautifully aligned. Hips level. Sit bones grounding, finding length through the spine. And then on your next inhalation, spinal rotation to the right over butterfly leg. Twisting vertebra by vertebra, placing hands where they naturally fall, about 70–80% into the twist to maintain the asana. Chest remains open, shoulder level. Decide if you wish to deepen the twist on an extended spine. Your next exhalation, release the twist from the base to the crown, vertebra by vertebra, half tortoise, tucking tailbone, knee lifts, hinging forward cat, and ready to repeat second side, left side, half tortoise, and you're fully aligned, grounding through the sit bones, lengthen through the spine, enter your twist to sustain asana. Two more deep breaths here. And on exhalation to release through cat, mountain lift, mountain. Sustain mountain asana. mountain, cat, tap, cat, shy. Roll, natural seat when you're ready.
You're rolling up. Great. Good, Gabby. Okay, last sequence in the summer is the crow sequence. And this one, of course, is going to really depend on who you've got in class. You know, it may be more of a focus. And the crow sequence is presented in 3 parts in the manual. I just want to glance at those. In each of the 3 condensed versions, it appears, but it appears like to varying degrees. So if you go to the first condensed version of series 3 on page 80, it's 88, 87, the bottom of 87 to the top of 88. In the first condensed version, all we do is crow squat asana. There's no rolls, there's no crow. It's just introducing what crow squat is. Yeah, so 80, it's because it's on 2 pages. The bottom of 87 is mountain and the top of 88 is crow squat. Everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's one way to if you saw this whole crow sequence, one way to do it is just mountain, crow squat, and finished. You know, and that's going to be enough. They've never done crow squat before. That being in that position with the legs wider, it may feel impossible. They may be sitting on a lot of blocks in order to maintain alignment in the spine. You know, we just stay there. Then if you go to the next condensed version, which is on page 98. Oh, that is also only crow squat. So yeah, so the first 2 condensed versions were only focused on crow squat, but they all have this sequence because it's important enough, you know, that students need preparation for it, that it's not like it's just in one condensed version and none of the others. And then in the third condensed version, in the bottom of the summer on page 105, this is when it introduces the rolls and then crow squat and actually crow. And crow is always going to be dependent on, like, do you think students can do it? Are they going to be close? Can they do it safely? Do you have the time to show them how to really how to prop for that? And, you know, get into, like, if they're just barely learning to balance, or it's an experienced group that knows what to do. Yeah. Crow can take a long time, even for people in level 2, level 3 who are very strong. It's because it requires a certain kind of balance. It requires strength in the arms for sure, and in the abdomen to maintain the upper body. And you have to not only have the strength in your arms, but trust it enough that you can shift the weight forward to balance, and without having that fear of going too far. That's generally what stops people in crow, is that, well, I can feel what I have to do, but if I lean forward enough, I'm going to collapse and land on my face. Yeah. So then, if you know that you always like to use props in crow, like under your head to make sure that you're not going to fall forward, then you can just say that. So what we're going to do is, I don't know how comfortable you guys are with this, and if there's anything that you think, like, you know, I don't feel comfortable in crow or crow squat rolls, and I don't want to guide it, and I wouldn't teach my students yet, that's fine. You just say so. You don't have to be able to teach everything in level 2 to certify in level 2. Yeah. There's no rule like that. No, I mean, if that happened, few people would be certified in level 3, because as you go up in levels, there's more flexibility and more strength that are required. And most people aren't totally balanced between the two. You know, there's nothing strength-wise, like for example, I can't do in level 3. I'm strong, but there's plenty of things that my hips won't do that I either have to modify or have someone else describe, or I have to, you know, just speak through it and not be able to demonstrate it. Yeah, for sure. Okay, Gabby, you're not going to
Yeah.
teach the whole thing, but what I'd like you to do is just in one of the condensed versions, like let's go to just page 98, and we'll start in mountain and just guide us into crow squat. And that's it. It's just crow squat and then earth touch, and speak through any props you might use and any cues you might need that people might need to understand what crow squat is. Let's try it. This first one or two, I'll just be watching, and then I'll flow with everybody. And I know I feel weird when you see someone like leaning up, staring into the camera, but I also don't want to disappear. I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. I just try to get as close to my little monitor as I can.
Okay. Let's all transition into mountain, taking blocks as we come through mountain lift into mountain. Then from mountain, we're passing through mountain lift. Lift the head, the chest, bend the knees, lift the heels. Now we'll jump forward, but this time coming into crow squat. We'll land with the feet outside the blocks. Now inhale, jumping forward, and lower the hips, the sit bones. If you need, place the block under the sit bones, the feet are parallel. Lengthen through the spine, vertebra by vertebra. The chest opens, hands to heart. Crow squat asana.
Wow, that was well done, Gabby. I can't see your feet, but for everybody, just try to have your feet as parallel as possible. It might feel almost, it might be impossible to get them exactly parallel. Like Dagmar's got a perfect crow squat. Her feet are like
They
really
are
pointed forward.
nearly
Yeah.
parallel.
And if it feels like, Tony, you've got support under your heels, and that's one way to do it. Another way, when you're in crow squat, is to keep your feet flat and only go down as far as you can, keeping the feet flat. And wherever that limit is, that's where your blocks go. You might even be up like this, like up pretty high, but still getting a stretch in your, either in your ankles or in your hips. Yeah. And then try to have the feet parallel and lean forward and press out. Yeah. Can your feet go any wider than that, Tony? Just a little bit? Yeah. That's it. So in level 1, we do wide squat, which is what I'm doing, where I have the shoulders over the hips. And it's just like it's like doing squat, except your feet are wide. Yeah. But crow's different because now we're releasing all of the weight onto the hips. And it's a big step from from wide squat to be able to release down, and trying to keep the feet parallel and pressing out. You can see mine aren't exactly parallel. I just can't do it, but I've got them as close as I can. Then from the base of the spine, lengthening up, trying to have your spine long. You'll see students like this, kind of rounded over, or they'll have their hips up like that, or they'll be sitting on the block, but they've got almost no stretch because they're kind of like sitting in a chair. So you want the hips as low as possible without losing, without losing alignment and still feeling a stretch. Yeah. Like here, I get a little bit by pressing out on the legs, but if I bring the blocks down a little more, yeah, that's more. But if I bring them down to one block, now that I'm starting to feel. And then if I release completely, so I'm not using any support and I'm just letting the hips surrender, wow. And then pressing out with the arms and lengthening the spine up, I definitely feel that for sure. And then how do we release from this, Gabby?
My neck. Mhm. Mhm.
And then how do we release?
Ah. Earth touch. Hinging forward. Shifting the weight forward. Placing the hands in front. Lifting the hips. Straightening the legs. Probably walking in the feet. Earth touch. Roll to standing. I just made that up. It's in the menu. Sorry.
No, you did it. That's fine.
All right.
just-
Okay. Good.
You can just kind of know that whenever we roll up at the end of a season, we're gonna be like we're never gonna roll up and just stand there. Like it feels funny now to do because we're so used to having the arms go up.
Ah,
If I just roll up and stop, it just feels strange. You know, you just let the arms go. If you ever were unsure, just upward salute and then release the arms down. There's no harm
did
in
I
it.
not? Did I not do upward salute? Sorry. It's probably.
Now, let's do it again, and I'll leave it open. Like, I don't know how comfortable either of you are with crow squat rolls. We won't go into crow at this. It's just going to be mountain, crow squat, and then guide through the rolls. Do you have any questions about the rolls, or you want to see them or review them? I can show them first.
Yeah, I'm not super comfortable teaching it because I'm not. I really struggle with this one as well, particularly at the
Nice.
moment, my lower back as well, trying to
Yeah.
have a bit of a hard time trying to get this one actually.
I would say that's actually the best time to try and speak through it because it slows your way down, you know, and you can teach it because you're going to have students, probably most of them starting, who are exactly the same way. They're just like, what? What are we doing? And you can slow it way down.
Right.
A few like when you roll back into crow, we jump into crow squat and you finally got it, maybe you got a bunch of blocks, or you're just holding with your hands like this, right? Just getting a stretch. At first, they lower the hips, roll back, and you can just pause here and squat. Like spine rounded, feet on the ground, you haven't lifted up or anything. Then you say bring your hands back to the blocks, lift the hips, and see if you can walk your feet out and release as deeply as you can into crow squat. The hands can stay on the blocks, or if you can lean forward to a full crow squat, you can do that. And then to roll back, bring the hands back so you have support, lower the hips completely, and then roll. So here I'm modifying that I'm stopping in the prep. The feet are just in line with the hips, right? This is just like a squat roll, which we did in series 2, I believe. Then we're lifting up, or you could bring the feet wider here and then lift and see if you can go into crow squat. That's the most basic way to teach something that's not basic at all. Of course, this is a dynamic strengthening and balancing movement we're doing that takes a lot of that takes technique and hip opening, but we're just bringing it down to parts so that everybody can get there. Then the next, and you wouldn't have to start at that level unless that's what it seemed was great or that's what worked best for you, you know? Or when you were teaching this, Toni, if you knew that you just weren't going to teach the rolls, you just wouldn't, right? You could just go to crow squat, and if you could do crow, you could just do that. Yeah. I mean, that's another option too. And then the next step would be rolling back and just see if when they roll forward, if they can bring their feet wider, but they're still got their hips on the ground. Like I haven't tried to roll into crow squat. I've just rolled back and had my legs wider. I don't want to roll facing this direction because it's just, I don't like that camera angle. And then they flow into crow from there. Then the next step would be starting to move it continuously. Like maybe you roll back, the feet come wide, and then you grab your blocks, and you press back and lean forward and go into crow squat, like more smoothly without stopping. And then eventually you'd get to they'd get to the stage for some where they could roll directly into crow squat and roll back without needing the support of the blocks and without stopping in the intermediate position. But that takes practice. Like few people on the very first, that's it, Tony. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, you just take it step by step.
So would it be okay just to come up on the hands or instead of
What?
the blocks?
What do you mean? Oh, sure, of course. I'm only saying the blocks because most people need it. People that have a little more challenge in crow squat would need their hands on blocks, but eventually you don't. Of course not. Yeah. Yeah.
You always come, oops.
It's relatively easy if you're able to do it, just to say, okay, crow squat roll, balance and crow. You know, everybody might just be watching you, but that's different than thinking, okay, how do I teach this to people who can't, to people who can't do it, and try to bring everybody in the flow.
Yeah.
As we go up in levels, it becomes, well, it's important in every level, of course, but as you go up in levels, there's going to be more and more things that not everybody can do. Right? Like we assume everybody can do partial recline, or for most people can do like knees to chest and basics, but we don't assume everybody can do crow. Yeah, that's it.
So you don't have to necessarily come forward with the hands.
That's the final version.
It's the final version.
If you were able to do it, then yes, you would go to your maximum every time. You might not, you might just pause for a moment with your hands on the blocks and your feet wide and then shift forward. Yeah, that's exactly right, Gabi. Yeah, and then you would lean forward and go fully into crow squat. I mean, at the beginning, if you were just focusing on the rolls, you wouldn't have to. You could just say, okay, I'm not going to take the extra step all the way into crow. I just want to learn to roll forward with my legs wide.
And Rishi, do you have any tip not to use the arms to come up?
Yeah, took me a long time, and it also, like, I can feel right away if I roll back, if I, depending on my body's feeling, I might be able to tell right away, oh, it's not going to happen. But it's keeping as tight a tuck as you can and just let the momentum bring you forward. It does take strength, there's no way around it. But so here, right now I've got the balance on my feet. So I've got it. That's the hard part. And then opening the knees, pressing and lengthening. But it's just getting that shift onto the feet. Using your hands just a little bit can really help. Like if you get to here just a little bit and then make it less each time until you feel like, okay. You can also try, even though you're not supposed to, giving yourself a little extra momentum to try to roll up in order to feel the balance and then make it less. Like you might give yourself a little like that. Oh, I made it. Okay, now can I do it a little bit less and still make it and work kind of down that way until you're nice and smooth. And just give yourself a little more kick, Dagmar. You might just need to have a little more energy at the beginning, because it looks like you would be able to do it no problem. Like, yeah.
Real for me, that lifting up, like it feels like it's a meter that I need to come up.
Oh yeah, yeah. I could roll down from like prep to lower to knees to chest on day one, and even now, a lot of the time, I can feel right away there's no way I'll be able to roll up. I mean, someone might as well be sitting on me. But if my back is feeling really good, then like really I'm able to do it. Yeah. Oh, I see. Dagmar, you know what it is? You have longer legs than a torso. You're a tall person with longer legs, I think. That's going to make it harder. Yeah. I mean, just body proportions. No, yeah, because yeah, that I just saw why, And so it'll just take a little more oomph to get there.
Yeah. I think I like the steps because I really find that a challenge.
Yeah.
I like the steps with landing with the legs wider and then reducing the help with the hands gradually. I think that's a good methodic.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and it just like it sprinkles a little sweetness on the on like a sequence that people might feel, maybe some people are intimidated by it, or they feel like, oh, it suddenly we're doing these rolls and into this balancing thing on our arms, and just
Yeah.
everything's cool, you know. Yeah. I mean, that roll is perfect, Dagmar. You know, I know you'd want to do it just without the help of the arms at all, but what you're doing is like perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Does anybody want to just speak through it just for practice? Even if whatever you're doing in crow, whatever intermediate you're doing, doesn't matter. If you just want to, each of you, I think, one of you start and just speak through what you're doing in crow squat, and that's it. You don't have to do any further. And then the other one will do.
I'll start.
Okay.
So we're just going to go through a sequence of crow squat roll back. We're just going to start with basic squat. And just resting your hands on blocks by your hips there and gently rolling back, tucking the tail button, rolling back to basic squat, lifting to squat, bringing the feet parallel to the side of the mat into crow squat, and just bringing your weight forward, hinging forward from the hips with a lengthened spine, and bringing your weight back, bringing your feet back into back into squat, lowering the hips, back to squat, roll back. Continuing a few rounds. Crow squat, roll back, moving through squat and basic squat.
Last part, though it might seem like a reach, is to see that your breath is smooth and continuous along the entire time. Like once you've got your flow down, just be aware, really aware of your breath. And I think you'd be surprised at how smooth it can be even when rolling. It also helps with the overall flow because then you brought everything together. I think a lot of people are going to forget about their breath when they're starting to do these dynamic rolls.
Second option is also to keep your feet wide on the mat into your crow squat and lower the buttocks. Exhale to roll back. Inhale, roll up into crow squat. So keeping your legs wide.
Yeah, that's it. Great, Tony. I think this is the last round since you're the only one still doing it.
Sorry, I just need a little break.
That's impressive. Yeah. You can release back.
Asana.
Yeah. I'm with you.
You might like to take a block or two, placing it under your buttocks, bringing your weight forward, pushing your upper arms into your knees, hands to heart.
Try turning your block one one of the blocks one step higher, and then try to get your feet a little more forward and your spine a little bit longer, and then just lean from there. Yeah, that's it. Do you feel a stretch there?
Yeah.
Okay, then all good.
And on your next exhale, prep for crow. Just releasing your hands to the mat.
Okay, go for it, Tony. You got it.
Fingers spread. And what we're going to do, we're going to slowly bring our weight forward onto our hands. We're going to lift our hips as the hands move, as we're placing our weight on the hands and the arms, the upper arms push into our knees. And we're just going to ease into this, and then we're going to come back to crow squat as we're lowering our hips. Hands back to heart. And we're just slowly going to do that again into our prep for crow.
Well, that's excellent.
Hands, bringing the weight forward onto our hands, lifting our hips. This time you might want to raise those hips a little bit more and take a little bit more weight into the hands. And then back into crow squat. And if it's in your body, this time we're going to move into crow asana. So lowering our hands onto the mat, fingers spread, really pushing our upper arms into our legs as we bring our weight forward. Head remains lifted. Up onto our toes. And then if you can, balancing the weight onto your hands. Crow asana.
Wow.
And to come out of crow asana, just bringing your hips back, feet land gently on the mat. Back into roll back.
Yeah, exactly.
For your variation of roll back, if you like to take your blocks, or straight into roll back into crow squat. So using your blocks if you require. Exhale, roll back. Inhale, crow squat. And a few more rounds of crow squat rolls with your variation.
We can complete right there, yeah. Because we won't go through we don't need to repeat the entire crow sequence. That was excellent, Tony. So you can roll back once and then go to squat and then take a seated posture. Yeah. Yeah, Tony, that was excellent. that you I don't know, American term, you hit that one out of the park. That was really good. Yeah. Yeah, you got especially when you started to go into crow and you said just lean forward and then come right back. That was perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what you would do. And you might not even go any further than that. That was really, really good.
Thank you, Tony. That took my fear away.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have the feeling that I have to come into the full posture.
Awesome.
That's great.
Yeah. Not much I can add to that. That's exactly what I would have done. Yeah, it was really good. The only thing I could add is mentioning how to place the blocks and like a pillow maybe in front of the head, because that's the hardest part about actually shifting into crow. You did it. What you said was you lift the hips, lift the heels, and that lifting the heels also, like your hands don't move. You just lift the heels, but that allows you to position the knees where you want. And they've got their more weight, but it's a big step to have all of the weight, like to lean forward and balance and then actually lift the feet. That's the big step that's so challenging, because they might get 90% of the way there, but that last 10% is like, it feels like a big step. Yeah. And one thing that can help is we don't want people to get into the habit of like just putting their head on props and trying to lift their feet, because they'll never learn to balance that way. But you have the support there. Either it could be a bolster, it could be pillows, it could be blocks and pillows, whatever it is, so that they know that if they commit to crow and they're going to tilt forward, they're going to be stopped immediately. Like there's nothing bad is going to happen. So if they're in prep and they're leaning forward and they're like, okay, there's my prop. The worst thing that's going to happen is I'm going to come down and my head's just going to lightly rest there. That can be really helpful, or a bolster or a pile of blankets, just whatever it is. Yeah. Some things that have helped when people ask, like, how do I get into crow? Trying different positions of the knees. They might see the teacher have their knees really high, like up into the upper arms. And I mean, ultimately in this posture, the arms are completely straight, the knees are really high, and the spine is like a natural alignment. It's a very strong position. And in level 3, we actually jump from crow into slant, like, like with your legs back. And the only way to do that is you have to have your knees high enough and be able to shift your weight forward enough to get your legs back. But when you're learning, having the knees kind of lower, see how they're on the side of my arms? For some people, that works well. Like they may not be able to bring their feet together, but they can learn how to balance that way. And it feels a little easier. And then they can work on repositioning the knees. And anything else?
Yeah. How can I, when I do it, I think my arms are giving way to the side.
Yeah, it's that
Would a
part
belt
of
maybe help?
part of
Strap?
that could be where you're. I wouldn't use a strap necessarily. It kind of gets in the way a little bit. But nice, Tony. That was a that was a bold attempt. Yeah, yeah, but that's exactly it. You just go for it. I think it could be where your knees are, and if you have your knees on the outside of your legs a little bit, you could try that. Then you're kind of pressing your legs in, and it helps keep your arms in position. Yeah. It does take a lot of abdominal strength to maintain to lift the hips. And kind of the last thing you'll see is students will be close and they'll try to kick their way into crow. Like they'll just give themselves a little push. That can make it really hard because once you push off to go forward, that momentum is pulling you forward. So you'll see this. They'll be here and they'll kind of be like trying to push forward. And you see how my body's sort of rocking back and forth? It can take a long time of trying that variation until you're actually able to get it. Because of the momentum forward and back, it's much better just to slowly lean forward, trust your arms, make yourself feel secure until you can balance. Yeah. Like Dagmar had it. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. See, I've got my knees a little higher here, and I'm just going to press forward, lean, and then once the balance is there, the feet just float. So they're not actually like jumping up. Then they come down. Yeah. But those are just tips when you're trying to learn to do it. But whatever someone can do to get there, great.
I also feel when the hands like they nearly spiral a little bit when you go gradually, like you shift the weight more from the heels of the hands to the fingertips, and then it's like a little spirals to.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a perfect way to describe it. Yeah, you're right. Because as you're leaning forward, you can feel the weight, like the mudra change, because it's going forward, but you're still trying to press your palms down. That's really good. Yeah. Hey, Gabby, we all happen to be watching at the moment, but go for it. That's it.
That's the watch me.
Yeah. Oh, you're so close. Oh, yeah. Gabby, you are really, really close, and you're doing everything right going into it. Yeah.
I think I will practice what Toni was teaching. Tippy toes, go back, tippy toes, and eventually it'll come, hopefully.
I mean, crow is something that like some guy could show up on day 1 and they can't do anything else, but they're able to hold themselves up in this, and whereas other people might take a long time to get it. Yeah, that's great, Toni.
Gabby, I think you did,
Whoa, yeah. Go ahead, Dagmar.
I think, Gabby, you did miss the squeezing together of your thigh. Then your
I
knees,
think so. Yeah.
knees is off, but it was not the problem of the hands and balance.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You
You
need
want
to
to try,
Hmm.
please?
just think of your knees squeeze into the middle line, and that way they hold also the arms together.
Uh-huh. Better glasses off.
That was a good eye, Dagmar, to see that. That was really good.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think that's it for today.
you're very close, and you're doing it. Yeah, that tip Dagmar gave was excellent, and
Yes, very much. I really feel the big difference there. Mhm.
and you're doing everything else right. Yeah, that's really close. So I wouldn't, neither of you, I would hesitate to, I mean, to teach the sequence. That was really good because Gabby, you've got the rolls and they're nice and smooth, and you're 95% of the way into crow. Yeah, so that's great. And if you demonstrate like that, people who can do it will do it. And then, you can always be like, oh, exactly like that. You just use the person in your class that can do it. I do it all the time. You have someone who's comfortable with that and they're really good at something, and or they have a really beautiful posture. Students like to see it, and if the person is fine demonstrating, you just teach them.
Mhm.
Okay, guys, that completes summer. So somewhat alarmingly, because there's so much in the winter, the autumn and winter. But let's take a break. It is 8, yeah, we'll take 25 minutes. So we'll start, no rush back, but we'll plan on coming back, 10 till, if people need a few more minutes, it's okay. All right. And get yourself refreshed. And then remember, when we do come back, we're going upside down. just keep that in mind. Okay, guys, I'll see you in a few. Take it away.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, give me your hands. That's dry. That's dry now. Yeah.
You won't do that to me, but you just did.
Not for long. I'm just tickled. Oh, not now. I wasn't before.
Are you happy I came with a fan?
Yeah. Well, I did start, let's cool down, as you know. It was joke and then it's still very likely.
You have to put the
Right. View.
speaker. It's recording. I'm looking at it.
Thanks. Want to-
Did you guys have any breakthrough today?
Any breakthroughs?
Yeah, absolutely. For me,
Yeah.
definitely. It was good. I actually wasn't as bad as I thought I was.
Yeah, I thought so too. I haven't seen you for that, since we had the last training, and
I know.
great
Yeah.
anymore. So it's I know where she is, and it's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I was pretty happy. So Natalie wants to say hello.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you?
Hi, Natalie.
How are you going?
We are like
Myself.
You
Yeah, so-
having a good day?
we are so lucky to have like online sessions all through paradise.
I know, it's great. It's so great. And thank you so much for letting me join the Monday class.
Absolutely. Just
It's
use
been It's been so good because obviously there's no tri yoga here. So I really miss that, and to be able to practice, and going back to the roots. So it's really beautiful. Thank you.
It's very healing, isn't it, when we go back to the roots and
Yeah. Yeah, because I haven't had that since I was with you last, and that's been so many years. So yeah,
it's delicious doing
it
that.
is. I'm very jealous of you guys. Well, I know that it's a big weekend for you, but yeah, I'm a little bit jealous.
I just think it's awesome to see that long path, because level 2 is just a big level.
Yeah.
That it's worthwhile, and I really, when I look at the bodies, how much they have changed, and it's worthwhile to take that time. We always like shortcuts, but it's not worthwhile. Like it's so
Yeah.
body then at that stage. What do you
Yeah.
agree?
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Hi, Rishi. How are you?
Hi, Natalie. Great to see you.
You too. I
What
had
a
to come in and
pleasure.
say hello.
Yeah, I'm so glad you did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just said that I'm a little bit jealous of you guys. I know that it's a big weekend for all of you, but
Mhm.
to be able to like go deep, it's a really beautiful thing.
It is, like it's regular classes are fantastic. We make great progress, but when you have like 3 hours, 6 hours, and you really are focusing on like that one alignment, boy, it just pays so many dividends going forward,
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, how nice of you to say hello. This is
Yeah,
great.
of course.
Very
Thank you
happy to see
for
you.
I won't take up more of your time, but yeah, it's great to see your
Good to
face.
see you, Natalie.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your time, and I'll probably see you like for a minute over, next time.
Oh, I hope so. Okay.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Where are you, Tony, in the world?
We relocated to Port Macquarie, which is a
Mhm.
place on the East Coast, halfway between Sydney and Brisbane.
Oh, you're south. Wow.
Yeah, south. Yeah, so a long way from Cairns now. So yeah, I
Yeah.
was born and bred here, and sort of had a
Mhm.
house here, so I was able to just move back into it, and it's worked out
Oh,
really well.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, guys. Well, that was fun. Are we ready for autumn?
Mhm.
So in the autumn, well, it's a great balance in the autumn because yes, we start off with the farm stand and the L Mountain sequence, which is again strengthening, takes upper body stamina and strength. But then we flow into, and then there's wheel. But after that is, penguin and frog and pyramid and Hanuman, which are all supported. They're deep stretches, but then our upper bodies are like, yeah. So we'll definitely get both. And we'll look at all these sequences in autumn. The inversions, like crow, not everybody will be able to do them. And so it's important first to know, how do we modify? And as we're moving into these, if we're online, be very, very careful. Make sure that your students, you watch them very carefully, that they understand that there's, it's not dangerous if they remain within themselves, but, like an extended farm stand, if someone brings their leg too far over, if they have that flexibility, they can easily fall over onto their back. Like I saw it happen with a very experienced teacher in level 3. She just brought her leg too far, and she's very flexible, and she just went right over. I was surprised, but it also really brought home what I'd always heard: the legs got to be straight. Yeah. So, and make sure nobody has their weight on their head. If you have to release and bring the weight on the head, it just means rest. Other than that, we take it step by step. Make sure everybody's with their breath, that they can do each part. And, they might hold longer, but when we guide it, we hold it pretty short the first round, just so people know how to go up and how to go down. Most important with farm stand L mountain is that they're keeping good alignment and they're going up and coming down with control. Yeah. It's like doing pranayama and holding your breath just a little too long and you have to suck the air in. Like, we know that's not it. And if we're just trying to hold L mountain or farm stand one more round, one more breath, and then we have to release quickly, we've held too long. And we always want to demonstrate calm, secure, and careful to our students. Okay. Now, is there any part of this that either of you feel more or less comfortable with, or more or less confident with?
Less confident for me. The second half of the autumn series is a bit more.
The L mountain?
Say again?
I'm just talking about the farm stand and the L mountain.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah. Pretty much, except for mentioning all the parts, I've only been talking about these two as being safe and secure. It's only about farm stand and L mountain. I mean, wheel, yes, if they can barely get up and they drop down on their head, but mostly what I'm talking about here, because whenever they're bouncing off the ground, we don't want anybody to fall sideways. We don't want anybody to fall over. In level 2, it's not as much of an issue. In level 3, it gets more so because we're turning around and bringing our body and our legs all the way up, and it's easy to fall to the side. Yeah. Are you okay with these two, Gabby? Either one or both?
Yes, I think so. Probably a little less confident with the L mountain.
L mountain can be challenging when if the wrists aren't as strong, or if they get tired easily, because it's a lot of weight on the wrists.
Yeah.
It's also if someone who's able to lift their arms straight up and have this kind of shoulder extension will have a bit easier time in L mountain because they can press their body towards the wall. But if someone is more tight in the shoulders, like they can't lift them up all the way, then when you go into L mountain, it's going to be, your torso is going to be pressing away from the wall, and you won't have your feet won't stick as easy. Does that make sense? The more that you can press your torso towards the wall and lift your hips, you have weight pressing your feet into the wall.
Yeah.
But as the torso starts to move away from the wall, that's when you can watch people and their feet just start gliding down. Like there's no way they can stop them because they don't have that strength to press into the wall again.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first section is raised farm mountain into farm stand. We know that's on the forearms. What would the modification for these be? Like to step both feet off the ground up to farm stand. If that was too challenging for someone, they just didn't feel like they had the strength, and their head goes right down to the ground, or they can't keep their feet on the wall, what else could they do?
Extend one leg at a time.
Just
One
so
leg
have one leg on the ground and the other leg up. What do we call that?
Forearm mountain, extended forearm mountain.
Excellent. There's extended farm mountain and extended raised farm mountain. Let's turn the books to it's in series 2. I'll find the condensed version. It's in winter, I believe. I'll find it shortly.
Yeah, we did have it before. That's right.
Yes, you've done both. So that's why I'm in 2-1. If somebody finds it, you can let me know.
Page 81, I think.
Which page?
81?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so on page 81 in the complete version, the full version of this, yes, starting at number 25 on page 81,
Yeah.
we have first raised forearm mountain, and it's raised forearm mountain because your heels are against the wall. And then if you look down at the repeat line, it says repeat it with forearm mountain and extended forearm mountain. That means it's the same sequence, you just move away from the wall so your heels can press down. And you don't have the wall in the same way. And that one was like this. When we go into form stand, we're actually beginning in the exact same posture, raised forearm mountain. First cat, and you have your heels against the wall. Then bringing the elbows down, so the shoulders are over the elbows. You wrap your hands around the upper arms so that the elbows are close enough, not just touching, but wrapping the hands around. Extending the forearms. Then you press the toes down, lift the hips, and this is raised forward mountain. And then to extend it, you just glide your leg up the wall and hold. They keep their head off the ground and try to press the chest through the arms. And you do both sides. You can't keep the legs straight going in and out of this without moving the torso, so you just bend the knee. So, light jump and flow from there. And then forearm mountain would be exactly the same thing, away from the wall. And someone could still be close enough to use the wall, or they could be away, but your heel is pressing down this time. Yeah. We want to be clear on those so that, because it's likely someone will need that. You know, and even someone who you look at and you think, wow, they look like they should be able to do this. It might be they're just not comfortable going upside down. Some people are actually quite frightened of having their hips higher than their head for whatever reason. And that's when we can step in and use alignment assistance, either our feet or our hands, some way to help them be stable and feel confident. Yeah. All right, let's just do it then. I think you guys are ready. So, Gabby, why don't you guide us through just forearm mountain, and the sequence starts at the forearm stand sequence in series 3, and it starts. Let me get there. Yeah, so you'll just go to number 16, and we can we'll do. And when you do forearm stand, because we're stepping one leg up at a time, you have to do it at least twice, right? So that you do the right and the left. And does that make sense?
You're saying number 16 from
No, I'm saying number 1 to number 16.
1 to 16. Okay. Are we working with the strap or without the strap?
Well, it's up to you. If you feel like you like to work with the strap, then you go right ahead. You can always give it as an option. And if you like to use it for yourself, you could always demonstrate it for your students so they know how to do it. And then you just continue.
Okay. All right. So for anybody who would like to work with the strap today, let's just take our belt. Can always prepare it, put it to the side, and if you feel like it's not going to work for you, then can work it without the strap. So just taking the strap and bending the elbow measure, so the band will come through between thumb and index finger roughly, and there, make the loop. The strap can assist us to be holding our elbows in place. Sometimes it can get a little bit of a little bit in with the head, but I personally find that it gives me more stability. So this is how I have my strap right now. And still probably has to get a little bit wider, so I can put my arms through, bend the elbows, and feel some resistance here. Okay. So from here, let's just place that to the side. And when you're ready, come into standing. Your way of coming into standing, if you're rolling up, upward salute. Arms over the side and down. Coming forward to the front of the mat. Taking your blocks. Your next inhalation, upward salute. Exhale, earth touch. Actually, let's flow through monkey. Exhale into tortoise. This can be leaning forward, that little jump. Sitting back into your tortoise. Inhaling forward cat. And then moving back toward the wall. Tuck the toes. Toes on earth, heels placing against the wall in your cat alignment. Then hinging back, and here we can apply the strap. Hinging forward. Too tight, sorry. In cat. Then shifting back the hips, placing forearms, interlacing hand, not keeping the hands together. So where the hands were for cat, this is where the elbows will go. Beautifully pressing hands together. Little finger, sides of the hands pressing into the mat. And from here, lifting the hips, raising the hips, lengthen the spine. The head is not actually touching. And here, see if it's if the strap may be hindering you a little bit. And just holding your forearm mountain, raised forearm mountain. Exhale, tortoise. So lower the hips, come through, tortoise bow, rolling into tortoise. Forearm mountain. Exhale, inhale, exhale, repeat.
Wait,
Forearm.
one second, Gabby.
Mm.
Are you modifying this and showing like to teach people who are new, or because we're not quite following the sequence?
No, I'm not following anything right now, sorry.
Oh, it's
I
okay.
follow myself. Yes.
Watch me once or twice or however ever many times. So you got to tortoise. That was great. We're in tortoise. Then inhale cat,
Mm.
and your strap you might want to have it a little tighter than you think, because if it's kind of loose and you press your arms out, your hands will go wide. So we inhale to cat and then take
Yeah.
a walk back to the wall, toes tucked,
Yes.
pressing into the wall.
Mm-hmm.
From cat, it's raised forearm mountain. So we've got that. You bring the elbows down. You did all of this was right. Bring the elbows
Yeah.
in.
Mm-hmm.
Then raised forearm mountain. Then inhale to forearm stand. Bring the right foot up the wall, then the left.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Then inhale, right side, hold.
Yeah.
Then release, left side, hold.
Mm-hmm.
Then release.
Yeah.
Then you bring the right leg down first and see how the right leg is straight all the way down. Then the left. And from here, a light jump. You float a tortoise 2. So lengthen the spine from base. And then extend forward into extended tortoise.
Mm. Yeah. I'm sorry, I was just I guess with my having to read the manual in my glasses, I just got confused what we're doing now.
Totally don't need to be sorry. This is why we practice it. And we also
Okay.
practice, and we're always sure to practice the sequences that are
Yeah.
usually the hardest to learn. Yeah.
I do understand it. I was just not in the sequence yet. Thanks.
Sure.
Mhm.
So let's start again in tortoise.
In tortoise. Yeah. So we start in tortoise number 3.
We start in tortoise number, yes, number 3.
Number 3. Okay.
Oh, be quiet.
And tortoise, from tortoise, hinging forward cat, and moving back. You need to come closer to the wall, tucking toes, heels against the wall in your cat. Hips move back, elbows move down. Where the hands were for cat, this is where the elbows go. Pressing into the hands, pressing hands together, press hands into the floor. From here, lifting the hips, raised forearm mountain. From here, stepping the right foot into the wall, left foot follows, hips and feet, hips and heels are level. Inhale, the right leg extends and lifts.
Toni, press your body towards the wall, and your hands would be in Anjali Mudra. So they wouldn't be flat. You'd have your hands completely like this, with the full length from the tip of your small finger all the way down on the ground. Yeah.
Exhale, release right leg, forearm stand. Inhale, left leg, extend it. Forearm stand. Lower back, hips level. Exhale, right foot steps down, left foot steps down. Rolling over toes. Extended tortoise. Inhale, rolling tortoise.
So first we go to tortoise 2, then extended tortoise.
An extended tortoise asana. Your next inhalation, rolling into tortoise. Plunging forward cat. Exhale, raised forearm mounted. From cat alignment, shifting back again. Repeat. Hands, Anjali Mudra, pressing hands together into the mat. Exhale, raised forearm mountain.
Toni, your feet up higher. Both feet up higher on the wall, so they're level with your hips. There you go.
Inhale, raised forearm stand, asana.
Now you just lift up, and now you'll have to lift the other leg first. You do left side asana first. Yeah.
Sorry, Rishi, I have to look what's coming next.
Sure. So you go to forearm stand, and this time you're going to go to extended forearm stand, but just lift the left leg first.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And bring your feet up a little bit higher, Gabi. Both feet up on the wall, a little more. There you go. Now lift the left leg asana and then the right. There's no asana and forearm stand here. You just go right to the extended version.
Ah.
Yeah, so then you hold that side and but you would have lifted your left leg first on this side.
Okay.
And then you've already done the right. It's okay. If you need to come down, it's fine. We'll look at the sequence again. And bring your leg towards the middle of your body. It's kind of out to the side, and make sure it's pointed straight up, Gabi. Yeah. When you're ready, lower. And then step your left leg down straight, then your right. And light jump onto the tops of the feet. And then roll, lengthen your spine into tortoise 2, and then extended tortoise. There you go. And rest, just rest. Okay, and roll up, watch me. Let's follow along in the book, line by line. Make sure we've got it.
I haven't practiced
This is why we practice this one. It always needs practice.
I find this one really hard, Gabby, to talk and do at the same time. So
I find it really hard. It feels like I'm really out of breath.
yeah, I find it almost
And-
easier to talk it through and watching someone else. Just it's challenging to do both, I think.
When I did my certification final for level 2, it was a little bit different than this because there was different teacher trainings going on in Santa Cruz and different groups. So I'd had level 2, at different times. And it was supposed to be a 6-hour weekend workshop on teaching methodology, but Santoshi and I were the only ones there. And the teacher, Gina, said, well, let's just do your final because you seem ready. And we're like, okay. And she opened up the book to page 1 and just started talking. And we flowed through all 5 series from start to finish. I mean, the full versions, not the condensed versions, and the full. I was so tired. I mean, like, I have never been more tired. I thought, and Gina could do anything. There's pictures of her 9 months pregnant in handstand. Like, she could do anything. And so, and then we're finally finished, and I'm ready. I'm done. And she's like, "Oh, but we haven't done. I need to see you do methodology and practicum." We ended up assisting in all the hardest postures, and then she wanted me to teach this. And I mean, I could barely keep my head off the ground. I just thought, no, anything but the inversions. but I made it. No, I understand. Okay, watch. The more you do it, and the more you understand the sequence, and you don't have to think about the alignment and what comes next, the easier it gets. Really. So cat, we've got. Walk back, your heels are at the wall, and you can't just move your knees back, because if you go to cat and then move your feet back, now your shoulders are way behind your hands. And if you bring your elbows where your hands are, now you're way too far from the wall. You actually want to be, if you can, almost like in a square cat. That way, when your legs go up the wall, you're exactly 90 degrees. It does depend a bit on your body proportions, if you have a longer torso, longer arms, longer legs, whatever, but about square. If it's impossible to get up that way, then you can Dagmar, on your side, is there any way can you make me a co-host so I can spotlight myself and unspotlight myself at times? Would you mind?
Could you
I think you just
make you a co-host?
yeah, I think you just make me the co-host. You just click on my little name in the panelists and say, make him the co-host. Like under more.
I got it.
Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm going to spotlight myself just for a second so that way you don't have to get up. I'll just be the only thing you see. Okay. So if your hands are out here, now you're too long, and you'll go to raise forearm mountain and then to forearm stand, and you can see like my feet aren't really sticking because my body's at such an angle. Some people will have to be either their arms a little bit away from the wall or their legs a little bit higher because they just don't have the strength or the flexibility to hold exactly 90 degrees. But that's our goal. So yeah, about a square cat, and you bring your elbows down. All this is good. Extend the arms, and here you're pressing your elbows out. And if you start pressing them out and you realize they're too wide, just bring them in a little bit. But you got to be really strong. That's what keeps the head off the ground. Raised forearm mountain. Now, when you step up, the first leg is bent, but notice the other leg is completely straight as it goes up.
Okay.
Then you go directly into raised, extended forearm stand and hold. And then lower on the exhale with control and inhale to the other side. Then after the asana, you lower to forearm stand. Now we release. Whatever leg goes up first, goes down first, straight. Then the other leg meets it. Now at this point, you're back in raised forearm mountain. You bend your knees and it's just a little jump onto the tops of the feet. But
my spine is rounded. I can't go to extended tortoise with a rounded spine. We always enter a forward bend from a backward bend.
Mm.
So that means the hips go down, and you see in your book it says tortoise 2. That's on number
Oh, yeah.
it doesn't say it, you just know. Between 9 and 10, you lower down, lengthen your spine from the base. See, this is tortoise 2. Some people could have their elbows on the ground, but you just have to lift up till you have natural alignment all the way down to the base. Then from a lengthened spine, enter extended tortoise. Then we roll up and do the other side to make sure we've done right and left. And you could do more than one round on each side, but you have to do them balanced because, we're lifting the right leg up on the first side, the left leg on the second. We don't want to be imbalanced there. We always want to be able to do these equally on either side. So that means they have to go in pairs. If you do right and left, and then you want to do it again, you got to do right and left again. You couldn't do like right, left, right, and then stop. And then from tortoise, be careful that when you go forward to cat, the first movement isn't forward because your knees are too wide. You've got to feel the subtle wave back. Bring the knees in so they're in line with the hips. Then tilt the pelvis, lift the chest, inner Om Mudra, forward to cat. Make sense? Yeah. I think, Toni, I saw you coming forward with your knees wide, and it's not good for the knees. You just got to be careful there that you always bring your knees in first. Okay. All right. I'm going to move back to normal. All right. Are we ready? Yes, Dagmar.
The lengthening before you go into extended tortoise, to lengthen into tortoise 2, just think of the energetically, we want to lengthen it up before we relax it totally. So when you come down, you really want to, that energy is so much in, we brought all the energy up by going upside down. Now we want to keep it up by lengthening the spine once more. And you feel it energetically.
I mean, there's a reason that both Dagmar and I are talking about it, because it seems like a little thing, but the principle behind it is so important. Like, look at the difference between here. This time I'll just jump and then just go like this. The difference between that and this. Lower, middle, upper, head, hips press back, torso releases forward. That's so different.
Yeah, of course.
And it feels so good inside to be in this challenging sequence where you're upside down, holding yourself off the ground. Your arms might feel tired. You finally step them to the ground and you're thinking, just get me to extended tortoise. But you're so disciplined. You think, even though I'm tired and I just want to rest, there's no way that I'm going to lose alignment at the very end. You're going to jump down and just take that extra moment. And now you're like, yeah, I've done everything right. And I'm going to enjoy this extended tortoise for as long as I want. It feels great to finish, to do everything you need to do, all the way down to the last detail. And then when you arrive in your resting posture or whatever posture it is, yeah, it's a good feeling.
And for our daily life, it's so like how we want to stay, let's say, calm and positive every step. So that's also finishing that with that high energy, bringing that uplifting energy upward. I think it's a very good reminder for everyday life.
Yeah. Okay. Gabi, do you want to try again? You don't have to hold it as much. You don't have to hold the asanas. You can just, but let's try to get the sequence smooth. Or Toni can go and then you can try again, but then we're doing a lot of rounds.
All right, okay. I do it.
But you can just step up, lift the right leg for breath, down, left, down, and then continue. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Gabi, what do you
don't have to hold extended form stand asana. You can do it.
I think I'm just a little bit confused right now because, sorry, I'm just feeling very tired. So, yeah, but I have to do both sides. Step up, right, up, down, and step up, left, up, down.
Yeah, we do both
That's right.
sides of the
You know
front.
what?
It's
I'm not
just
gonna
which
look at
leg
the
lifts
book,
first.
and I flow.
You just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the spirit.
Let's do it.
That's an awesome attitude. Yeah.
Move this a little forward. Okay. Let's start in tortoise. I'm going to work with my belt because it gives me more stability. From tortoise, hinging forward into cat, moving back, keeping a square cat, toes tuck, heels against the wall, gently moving back the hips, placing forearms to ground, hands Anjali Mudra, pressing hands together and into the mat and pressing the upper arms into the belt in this case. From here, lifting the hips, straighten the spine into raised forearm mountain. The head doesn't touch the earth. And from here, with the next inhalation, stepping the right foot up, so heels and hips are in line. The left leg follows, straight leg. Torso presses toward the wall, feet into the wall. Inhale, right leg straightens and lifts into extended forearm mountain. Exhale, lower right leg, hips, heels level. Inhale, left, lifts, lowers. Exhale, right leg steps down, straight leg, left follows. Rolling over the toes. Tortoise. Lifting spine, lengthen spine. Tortoise 2. Exhale, extended tortoise.
And give yourself at least 5 breaths here.
Sustain as asana to soften, to relax. Long exhalation out. Your next inhalation, rolling into tortoise. Tuck tailbone, moving knees together, hinging forward cat. So we repeat on second side. Checking your alignment. Perhaps you need to move back again. Square cat, hips move back, forearms lower. Inhale, raised forearm mountain. This time, left leg leads. Inhale, step left foot up. Straight right leg follows. Inhale, extend, left leg up. Pressing foot into the wall. Exhale, lower. Hips, heels level. Your next inhalation, right leg lifts into the extension. Exhale, right leg lowers. Exhale, left foot down, straight leg, right leg follows. Little jump or rolling over the toes into tortoise, rolling up, tortoise 2, lengthen spine, feel the extension, and lower into extended tortoise asana.
You got it, Gabby. That was really good. You got it. That last time was really good. Just hang out there for a few breaths before we do the next part.
When you are ready to roll up into tortoise.
Okay. Wait. We have one more part if you can do it.
I know. I just need
So the next section is a kriya of stepping. It's actually not in level 2. The next section is 2 asanas. First time, and this is number 12 to number 16. You simply, it's the same thing except there's no extended. You just step up forearm stand, hold the asana with both feet to the wall, then you step down. It may be a very short asana if you're feeling like the stamina is lower. It may be you only go up for maybe 1 or 2 breaths and then you need to step down. Others might be able to hold this a long time. But so you have 2 more rounds to do. Think you can do it? Yeah.
2 more rounds. Oh yeah, of course, right
Right
leg up
and
and the
left.
left leg up. Okay, all right.
Now in the next level, in level 3, we jump up, both feet at the same time.
All right, okay.
So that eliminates the need to do 2. But then if you do the extended version, you've got to do it twice anyway. Yeah, because one
now
level.
it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay,
Now it makes more sense to me. Thank you.
sure. Yeah, that last one, Gabby, you seemed controlled. And at the end, you had really great awareness of tortoise 2 into extended tortoise. That looked really nice.
Coming back to breath. Complete breath. Ujjayi. From here, gently tucking tailbone, moving knees together, hinging forward into cat. Measure your alignment. If needed, walking feet, hands back, toes tucked, heels against the wall. Moving hips back slightly, coming back into position, into alignment for forearm mountain. Inhale, lifting hips, stepping right foot up, left straight leg follows to hold asana. The head just hangs, pressing feet into the wall, torso toward the wall. Your next exhalation, right leg lowers, straight leg, left knee bends, follows. Roll over or little jump. Tortoise, rolling halfway. Tortoise 2, lengthen spine. Release. Tortoise, extended tortoise asana. Breath awareness. Your next inhalation. Rolling tortoise. You repeat second side, knees move together. Moving through cat. Checking alignment. Lift the hips. Raised forearm mountain. This time, left leg steps up, right straight leg follows to hold the asana. Exhale, left leg lowers, straight leg, right foot steps down, tortoise. Tortoise 2, extended tortoise asana. And really soften here, letting go.
Great job, Gabby. Once you got your brain around it and we just went through it, you got it completely. Yeah, that was really good. And the best is that you never rushed, you never looked like you were out of control, you never sounded like you were out of control. You know, yeah, excellent, really. I mean, there's no way that like Dagmar or I would expect you guys to like teach as if you've done it 1,000 times, you know? So you might think like, wow, this is really hard, but I just look and say, wow, that was really great. You know, a student watching a student watching either of you would understand right away, oh, that's what tri yoga is, and something that's challenging. Very good. Okay. Toni, I'll give you have a choice. I know we've already done a lot of rounds. You can either speak through L Mountain if you feel comfortable doing L Mountain, or if you prefer to speak through form stand, that's fine. We just do more form stand.
Let's do the L Mountain.
Yeah, the L Mountain is the exact same sequence.
Yeah.
The only difference is that your arms are straight. So instead of saying raised form mountain, it just says raised mountain.
Yeah.
Other than that, the sequencing is exactly the same. You step one foot up than the other. You do the extended on both sides. You step down, tortoise 2, extended tortoise. Everything the same.
Cool.
In a class, you may or may not do both, right? It's great if you can. I mean, and if you're teaching this, and it may be a situation where, like if your class is an hour, you may devote a lot of your time to this season. You know, it may be that you have a very short spring and summer so that you can give, 20 or 30 minutes to teaching and assisting. If students can do it that long, they might be out of energy quickly. But if you want to really get into the sequence and teach it, it takes a little time. And they need to be able to rest. And it's great if they can do form stand and L Mountain. Otherwise, you could do form stand one time and L Mountain another time, and just go back and forth that way. Yeah. So what we're doing is definitely not for the beginners. Okay. Whenever you're ready, Toni.
Okay. Give it a crack. So just going to get everyone to come to the tortoise to start. And your next inhale, cat. And bringing your feet back to the wall, toes tucked. Bringing the hands back, shoulders over the wrists. Exhale, raised mountain. Hips lift up, feet push back against the wall. Might need to extend your arms a little bit forward there, on the mat. Inhale, L mountain. With a straight leg, with a bent knee, lift your right leg back, push against the wall. Straight leg, lift your left leg up. Legs 90 degrees.
Feet higher, Toni and Gabi. Bring your Gabi, your feet a little bit higher. Toni's about a foot up on each side. Yeah.
Extend the right leg. Right leg extended, L mountain asana. Lower the left leg, L mountain. The straight leg, lower the right leg onto the ground, heels against the wall, then the left leg into your L mountain. Sorry. That wasn't real great, was it?
Okay, just come down and do the other side.
Let's just come back to raised mountain here.
Yeah. Toni, just go ahead and take a flow to extended tortoise and then just do the other side.
Yeah. Okay, and coming into lightly jump to land into tortoise 2. Lengthening the spine into tortoise 2. Exhale, extended tortoise. Just taking 2 breaths here. Your next inhale, rolling up into tortoise. Cat. Exhale, raise mountain. Moving the feet back. Heels against the wall. Lifting the hips. Next inhale, L mountain. Lifting the left leg up to the wall straight. And the right. Extend the left leg up. Lowering the left leg. Extending the right leg. Right side extended, L mountain. Lowering back to L mountain. Raise mountain. Tortoise 2. Extended tortoise. Let's roll through that one more time. On your next inhale, tortoise. Inhale, cat. Exhale, raise mountain. Inhale, L mountain. Right leg moves back first, then the left. Right side, extended L mountain. Right leg moves back towards the sky. Holding for 2 breaths here. Lowering back to L mountain. Left side, extended L mountain asana. Right and left leg back to L mountain. Raise mountain. Tortoise 2. Extended tortoise asana. You have the left side remaining. On your next inhale, tortoise. Lengthening from the base to the crown. Inhale, cat. Exhale, raise mountain. Inhale, L mountain. Left leg moves first, up to the wall, followed by the right. Left side, extended L mountain. Lift the left leg back. Maintaining asana here for 2 breaths. Lower back to L mountain. Right side, extended L mountain. Lower the right leg to L mountain. Raise mountain. Lower left leg first, then right. Tortoise 2. An extended tortoise asana.
Now, Toni, next, I think you're going to do it anyway, but at this point, you can just do 1 round of L mountain asana on the right, then on the left, without the extended.
Sorry.
Just have to
Sorry,
take
there's
a
a-
break because my left arm gave in. I got like a shooting pain.
Oh, yeah, no, just rest, Oh,
So
yeah,
yeah.
that's fine, Gabby, do whatever you need.
Mm,
When I see you resting, I assume that's because you need to rest.
Thank you.
That is a tranquility, reclined butterfly are completely legal postures, yeah. So Toni, if you look at the sequence, you did 2 rounds on each side, which is pretty gung ho for
Yeah.
L mountain.
I think I
And-
started the first round up, Rishi, so I thought I just want to.
Yeah, I know, that's great. No, yeah, I'm thrilled. I just am saying like, wow. And then after that, when you look at number 25 to 29, now is the asana with both feet to the wall. See,
Yeah.
there's no, it's just L mountain asana, not the extended.
Yep.
And so you can just do 1 round on each side, only hold as long as it can be brief because it's more practice speaking in and out. And you've got it. You're doing great. Both of you guys did really well here. So almost done.
Beautiful. I think that they're always extended tortoise asanas, and honestly, my muscles need the asana to hold in between, just because it's so new to the deltoid muscle to get used and to relax and then go again. I feel that's a really good asana.
Yeah, exactly. Could be 5 breaths, could be a minute. I mean, as long as, and it's always good to let the students know they have as long as they need. Because people will be working at different paces. Like there are I mean, sometimes people will hold it for so long. It's just like, how can they do that? Like, I get tired, a few breaths, and I'm ready to come down. And the other people are just up there forever, or they can just do, it seems like they have endless energy in these. And I really, a good rest goes a long way before the next round. Yeah. Cool. Hey, whenever you're ready.
Okay, we'll just start in tortoise. And we'll just take this moment just to bring yourself back to the breath. And we'll all do 2 complete breaths. And then on your next inhale, cat. Exhale, raise mountain. Bringing the feet back to the wall, toes tucked. Inhale, L mountain asana. Lifting the right leg back first. Then left leg. Legs parallel to the floor. Lowering to raise mountain, lower the right leg first. Then the left. Extended tortoise. Asana, passing through tortoise 2. And taking as long as you need in tortoise, extended tortoise asana. I'm just going to talk through and do the second side here in this little flow. But if you need to stay longer, it's perfectly okay. Your next inhale, rolling up to tortoise. Creating length through the spine, through the crown of the head. Inhale, cat. Exhale, raise mountain. Inhale, L mountain asana. Lifting the left leg first this time, then the right. Lowering left to raise mountain, then the right leg into raise mountain. Finishing into extended tortoise asana.
Rolling. Take your time and extended tortoise. Rolling up when complete. Oh, very, very nice. I know that took a lot of energy, but you both did really great there. I mean, like you totally passed. Once we were clear on the sequence, you totally passed. Yeah. So now we don't need to do those again. Well, we won't do them again now because they're only in this series. These inversions don't go away. We've been building up to them through level 2. They're in 2 different series in level 3. They're in multiple series in level 4. Like they keep being added on to and growing. So this is it's a great sequence to have down. And it gets really, they're really fun. I mean, I know they're hard, but they're really fun. It's fun to go upside down. Okay. Next sequence. This is a short one. And but it's short but really important. The Kriya of cat to squat. Toe stretch, lift, flow from 30 and 31. This is like all of the principles of tree yoga at work. They're always at work, but they become very evident here. Mhm. You guys okay? Do we need a break for 5 minutes? Or are we doing okay? Gabby, in a moment?
I'm all right.
You sure?
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I'd rather keep going.
The what? What did you say?
Pardon?
What did you say?
I said, I'm happy to keep going because if I
Okay,
take
great.
a break, I might fall asleep.
Oh, got it. Okay. So yeah. Tony, do you want, I see you're already doing it. That looks pretty good. Do you want to try this one and guide us through with some cues?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll just start in tortoise. And then if you could just like to grab your props, maybe some blocks just next to your feet there, the sides of your feet. Your next inhale, cat. Tuck the tail, bring the knees together. Tuck the toes, exhale into squat. Maintaining length in the spine, hips move back, hands move back to the blocks. Bringing the weight onto the toes. Shoulders over hips into squat.
And Tony, just bring your hands back about a foot on the blocks, like way, way back. So you can bring your heels all the way down. Yeah. Yeah, so you have to move them like really far forward and back in order to do this. Otherwise you get stuck in the middle. That's it.
Okay, so that's squat, and then repeating rounds of cat to squat in your own routine. So inhaling forward into cat, bringing the weight forward onto the toes, knees move forward, hips move forward, maintaining length in the spine, shoulders over wrists, into cat. Exhaling back to squat, hips move back, placing hands on blocks.
Now really keep your chest up. Everybody, when you're going from squat into toe stretch lift to cat, just feel your heart is guiding. So it can never drop because it's like there's a line of energy from your heart out into wherever, and it's pulling you forward from there. And then feel the wave when you go from back into squat, feel the wave go all the way to the crown and then lengthen from base up. Guys, pause there and squat, lower your hips. Watch me once. Overall, great. Again, the pacing, the awareness of alignment, very good. When I'm telling here, when I'm going forward, wait 1 sec. Here we go. When I'm going forward from squat into toe stretch lift, the hips begin the movement and the heels don't follow until they have to. See, the hips are going forward, forward, forward. Right here, I can't go any further. I don't have any more flexibility in my ankles. So as the hips move, now the heels are lifting only because they're following the hips. But the hands are staying back. The chest is open, open, as open as I can be. Then lifting up and forward. So you don't want to go forward here because it'll round. You have to lift up, 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 up. See how much that is? Then it's inner Om Mudra into into cat.
Ah,
Well, and on the way back, the spine is straight, the hands are gliding in. Then when hips are to heels, start tucking lower, middle, upper, reaching the hands way back, and see how the head is relaxed here. And as the knees lift and the legs move forward and the spine rounds, the head is just hanging. So it naturally brings the head closer down towards the chest. Here, I'm basically hanging my head on my chest. Then lower lengthens, middle, upper, and the head is last. So full speed would be like inhale, cat. Exhale, flow back to toe stretch, lift. Flow through the spine, hips finish, lengthen up, and then forward, yeah, like that.
okay.
Everybody was 95% there. There's just that last little detail of up and allowing the wave to move all the way through the spine. Let's do a few more rounds.
Yeah, there was more to it.
Both of you were very close. Tony, bring your hand blocks way further back, way further back. More. Yeah, yeah. And you just gotta have the momentum to try to get your knees up if you can. If it's impossible to get your weight back, then yeah, there you go. That's it. That was better with your spine. Yeah. If you need to bring the blocks a little bit closer so that it's easier to move the hips back and then just adjust them, that's fine too. But you've got to have your hands in that position to be in a good squat. Just up, 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 like you're lifting up, 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 up. That's it, Gabby. Yes. That was great. That was really good. Okay. Oh, I see, Tony. I see. Yeah, it's so hard to get over the feet there. So you just use your blocks any way you can. If you had 2 sets of blocks, I would put 2 of them by your knees and then 2 more behind you so that you could just press yourself up. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. There you go. Good. Yeah. Great. Working with that I know it's a challenge to move back, but that was an excellent. You did really well there. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Great. And the next time you guys are in squat, you can lower the hips and flow to just a seated posture.
I love this one.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't it great? That's it, Gabby. Yeah, and lengthen. Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah. Really good. All right. You never know when that challenge is going to appear. The smallest thing can just be like, oh my gosh. Yeah. What you'll see almost always going from squat in this, when we learn this, we learn it separately going forward and back. And then here in this series, we're just doing it as a Kriya. It's a very handy transition because, you know, I mean, you could do cross squat to cat or free seat to cat or something like in basics, but this is really direct going forward and back. What students will do is they'll be in squat and they'll just lift up their heels like this. You've probably seen that. They'll bring their hips way forward and lift up their heels and then just come forward like that. And then when it's hard to go back, they'll just kind of bring one arm then the other and kind of do a little wiggle. Yeah, so you guys weren't doing any of that. That was good. And we're sitting here so we can look at the wheel sequence, which is next. We have 2 more sequences in autumn. One is wheel, well, then there's always a twist after wheel. And the next is
is the extended pyramid sequence. I was tempted to say wheel because it's also in series 5, like we see wheel again, but here, because it's the first time we've seen it, it's important to, I think, to see it in context. And it's also well prepared here. There's a bridge and a bridge fish. Now, teaching wheel does not mean you need to be able to do wheel, right? You can always go into the prep, show how you flow into it, describe, and then be ready to help others. It's this, like the wheel sequence, just like the wall sequence, isn't one where you're going to be flowing with the students. If they're in farm stand, you are not. Like you're there helping and making sure they're safe. And if they're doing wheel, you're there to support people in wheel. A lot of times they need help lifting. Just be sure you're able to. A strap works really well when you're helping somebody lift, because then you can lift from both sides equally. If you stand to the side and bring your hands over and you're trying to lift someone, usually one arm is lifting more than the other and you're turning them sideways, which is not good in wheel. So a student might have one round of wheel that they're able to do and they're finished. They might just be able to get up partially, come right back down, and that's it. They might have the strength to lift into wheel, but not the flexibility to straighten their arms. Like I've never been able to really lock my arms in wheel. I always have to have them bent, and it limits how long I can hold it, because the muscles in the arms are being used. You see people when they can get their arms straight, oh, it looks so beautiful, and they can hold it a long time. So the way the book is written is not necessarily how we're going to guide people through the wheel sequence. They might do one asana, rest for a long time, then do one more. Others, they can't hold very long, but they can do more rounds up and down. Others are just going to maybe stay with bridge and bridge lift. So we want to give those options and have that understanding that it's challenging. What I often do is show how to use the props. Even if I've shown them before, I want people to remember, because they can make a huge difference in wheel, having the feet on the blocks or the hands on the blocks. If you're someone who's got tighter shoulders, like you lift up your arms and they can't go any higher than this, then that's going to be really hard to get into wheel, because you won't be able to press your body through your arms. And let me spotlight myself. So having the hands on blocks at the wall really makes it easier to lengthen the arms. Being at the wall with the blocks, it also, instead of having a 90-degree angle with your hand, then you've got your hand on the block at an angle. It's much easier on the wrists. And if you have your hands on the blocks or your feet on the blocks at the wall, then the feet and the hands aren't going to slide. And if you do it away from the wall, people, if they're not very flexible and they have their feet and hands further apart, once they get into wheel, they'll feel their hands or their feet start to slide, and that can feel kind of scary. So for all those reasons, it's really useful to use the wall for support, or at least be near it in case it's needed.
So Rishi, the angled blocks help for the wrists angle.
A lot, yeah.
The blocks underneath the shoulders is for, underneath the hands is to help the shoulders. And what's the blocks underneath the feet helping for?
It's the same as if you're in bridge. For someone who doesn't have as deep of a backward bend, or maybe they can't lift as high, they get the feet up on blocks. It's a little bit of it makes it easier to tuck, might make it easier to lift off the ground. And for some people, it just works great. I know really, like, because the blocks under the hands work so well for me, I can explain very clearly this is why it works, but the blocks under the feet don't. But for others, they do. Yeah. So like with the blocks at the wall, I have mine tilted like this. And there's a little baseboard here that sticks up in this room, and it makes it super, even if there was no baseboard, the blocks are still really solid against the wall. If you got them at 45 degrees and you're pressing them, they're not going to fall. But here I've got the baseboard and I feel totally secure. And then I just put my hands on there, and the hands are now 45 degrees instead of 90. Oh, it feels, it's a lot easier. In teaching methodology, we look at, like, students can do wheel, they can have the strap around their arms, They could have their strap around their legs if they needed, like if their knees tended to go too wide. But as teachers, we're there mostly to help them lift, and especially if they feel like they're losing strength, to help them lower so they don't fall down or just collapse. So they lower down easily on the back of the neck, on the back of the shoulders, and the back of the head, not the top of the head. Yeah. I mean, there are some people that will lift up and just pause, like prep wheel with the top of their head on the ground because they need that break, and then they'll press themselves up from there. But in general, we try not to bring any weight on the head because then the body gets out of alignment or it gets tired. You know, it could easily hurt the neck.
Mm.
Mhm. Now, are either of you able to lift into wheel?
Not me.
Yeah. Tony, are you able to get up into wheel?
Long so I can get there for maybe a couple of seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't matter. Like I said, I mean, you can still describe everything you need to do until you get there. You just won't be able to lift. And it's fine to say, I'm not able to lift, but other people are, because you can get almost all the way there. Now, in this time, this is the first time we're looking at wheel. And in this sequence, first we do bridge rolls. Then we do rounds of bridge lift alternating sides, and that can all be with the blocks supporting the hips. And then
Dagmar, she's up already.
what?
Dagmar,
What?
she was up in wheel.
Oh, it's hard to beat a good wheel.
Oh,
Yeah, if you can do it, more power to you.
I just wanted what it helps when you have your legs together.
Yeah, with the strap. Yeah,
ah.
it's a stricter. Sorry, it's a stricter movement to do it that way. But yeah, Dagmar's having no problem. Wow.
So wheel is my goal for 2025.
That's an excellent goal. It took years for me to be able to get off the ground, and when I would do it, it literally felt like someone had taken a fire and lit it in my chest.
I just want to
My
fly.
chest would burn like anything with that energy releasing. It was really, but let's look. I want to look at the sequencing and see how careful wheel is prepared for. Bridge rolls, bridge lift, and then notice there's a knees to chest and a reclined butterfly after the bridge and bridge lift sequence. The butterfly isn't like, oh, we're so tired, we need to rest. Butterfly is because you go into butterfly and it helps the spine relax and lengthen. Then the next wheel is easier. The first wheel is the hardest because your back's not as open, your shoulders aren't as open. After the first one, unless you're getting fatigued in your arms. After the first one, the next one is easier and easier. And the butterfly really helps. Then after butterfly, back to knees to chest. In this, we're going all the way to bridge first, then prep wheel. So there's other variations where you're in partial recline, you bring your hands back and you roll from there. But this is really making it clear that every time you go to wheel, it's a bridge roll first. Wheel is a bridge roll, but when you get to the top of the bridge roll and you can't go any higher, then you start pressing with your hands. Yeah, there's no like trying to lift off the ground. You're rolling into bridge, then lifting off the ground. And that's why it has the sequence here says bridge, then prep wheel, then wheel. You hold wheel as asana, or a few seconds as an asana, a few minutes, whatever it is, then spider, then reclined butterfly. All of those postures are meant to release the hips and release the spine so that when the next wheel is even easier. So Gabi, I'm going to ask you to guide us through bridge rolls and the bridge lift sequence.
Hey.
Well, bridge rolls, I guarantee you know those. And bridge lift, you know too. This is just, see if you can remember the difference between in level 2, how we do bridge lift versus level 1. So in level 1, when we do bridge lift, from bridge, we bend the knee right away and bring the bent knee over the hip, straighten the leg. and then bend the knee and lower the foot. And level 2, we straighten the leg first on the ground if you can. Lift the leg straight, lower it straight, then bring it back into bridge.
All right, okay.
Okay. So we'll all meet, well, Gabby and Toni will meet at knees to chest.
Okay, let's meet. Knees to chest. You need to just roll over the spine from side to side a few times, giving the back a little massage. Sorry, that's just what I need at the moment.
Well, we can always roll side to side. That's part of knees to chest. Like, Gabby, you said sorry, but you know how good it feels. Why not just do it and assume that the students are going to love it too? Yeah, don't be sorry for it. That's like awesome. Yeah, it feels really good. I like that you just did what you felt like you needed. Why not?
There. Coming back to center. Exhale. Feet partial recline in preparation for bridge rolls. So the heels are placed close to the sit bones. Feet hip width distance apart. Tucking the tailbone. Rolling vertebra by vertebra for bridge 1, 2, bridge 3. Lowering down, placing vertebra by vertebra back to ground. And repeat a few more rounds in bridge. Making sure the neck is nice and open, no pillows behind the neck. Next time you bridge, you sustain this asana. You have the option to hold bridge with your own muscular strength for a few breaths. The sternum moves to chin. The knees are stretching forward and up. And then taking a block, place it under the sacrum. You can have 1 or 2 blocks. Also perhaps placing a pillow under the sacrum plate for supported bridge asana. From here, beginning bridge lifts. Right leg extends forward. Right leg lifts. Exhale. Straight leg, right leg lowers down. And bend the knee. Step right foot in. Inhale. Left side. Extending left leg. Tone the core. Lift straight right leg up and lower. Keep repeating, alternating sides. Next time the right leg is up, sustain, bridge lift, asana. So the sternum remains lifted, the hips are grounding, the sacrum is in a neutral position. If you wish to add anti-rotations, may take this as an option. During ankle rotations, change direction of rotation. And from there, complete your ankle rotations and the long extended right leg moves back to ground. Step the right foot in and repeat second side. Extend left leg to lift to sustain the asana. Sternum remains lifted at all times. Add ankle rotations if you choose to, if you did on the other side. Change direction. When you feel complete with ankle rotation, pause for a moment and exhale to lower the straight left leg down to ground. Step the left foot in, supported bridge. And inhale, lift the hips. Remove the props from under your sacrum. And then, with control, moving vertebra by vertebra, lowering down, passing through, partial recline. Inhale, knees to chest.
Gabby, stay there. Don't get up. I'll tell you. It's okay. This sequence, then you're going to continue into, after knees to chest asana, reclined butterfly asana.
Oh, that's what I thought. When you feel complete in knees to chest, exhale, partial recline. Then lift the heels, bring soles of the feet together into your reclined butterfly asana. Here, of course, can prop underneath your thighs. Feel the sacrum in neutral, spine lengthened, both sides of the waistline even long.
Yeah, the blocks aren't used here to limit the stretch, but to give enough support that the body can completely surrender into it. Yeah. I mean, some people won't need them at all. They can just completely release. But for others, the stretch is so intense in reclined butterfly that without the blocks, they're kind of subtly holding against that stretch inside. and placing the blocks in the right position, you still get the best stretch, but you can surrender the legs down without holding it all. So continue with Ujjayi.
Went to complete breath, Ujjayi. Lengthen your exhalation.
Yeah, Gabby, that was excellent with bridge lift. You even remembered the ankle rotations, and after saying how tired you were, you were totally calm teaching all that. You had nice long asana. You did really great. Yeah. Now, Gabby, you don't have to do wheel, but you can at least guide your way almost. I'll tell you what to do. Just it's going to be knees to chest, bridge, roll to bridge, then prep wheel, and then you'd lift from wheel from there. And if you can't, that's okay. You just only go to that point. Others, you have the option to use the wall to roll up and place your blocks. This is all preparation for wheel. And I would usually tell students, like, we're working towards wheel. If you like to use the wall, or if you're not sure, go to the wall now before we do bridge and bridge lift. So I'm just gonna let you try it. Even if you can't do one, it doesn't matter. You can watch, you can speak. Let's just see. And I'm gonna flow too. I'll probably wish I had done more bridges, but here we go.
I I should have moved to the wall earlier. Okay. Now, when you feel complete in your rest and reclined butterfly, exhale, knees to chest. Partial recline. So if you wish to now place blocks behind, either straight against the wall or on a 45-degree angle. And inhale, rolling into bridge. From here, lifting the arms, hands behind, next to shoulders or onto the blocks. That's it for me. And then pushing your hands into the blocks. See if you can push yourself out to straighten the arms, lift the sternum, lift the hips, straighten the legs into wheel asana.
Then guide out, Gabby, because you're assuming people can't hold it so long.
Exhale to lower down vertebra by vertebra to release. Inhale, spider asana. Sorry, to release, moving through partial recline, knees to chest, into spider asana. spider. If it feels good for you today, feel free to also gently moving across the spine to rock from side to side. When you feel complete, feel that release through the spine, knees to chest, into reclined butterfly asana. And again, it's softening, using blocks to support your thighs, thigh muscles. I don't need to hold at this stage. Just want to have a complete release.
That's great. You can guide through one more round. At this point, you could also, depending on how much guidance the students need, because you're probably going to be busy moving around the room or watching, giving suggestions for props, seeing if anyone needs help. But you could also, people at this point might be going at their own pace. So, once you've guided through, I would say, at one more round of wheel at your own pace, sustaining spider and reclined butterfly when complete. And that's all you really would need to do the second, for the third, fourth round.
So optional here, from a reclined butterfly, knees to chest, moving through partial recline. Optional, another bridge asana, or another round of wheel. Hold it to your own muscular strength. And just talking ahead as you release either bridge or wheel with awareness, with control, moving, lowering, lengthening through the vertebra, placing each vertebra back to earth, moving through partial recline, knees to chest, into spider asana. And final release, reclined butterfly asana.
Hey, Gabby, excellent. Just when I'm able to sustain reclined butterfly, then you've got one more thing to do, and that's guide us through butterfly twist on both sides, then spider and knees to chest.
So we are in reclined butterfly asana. Bringing arms to T position. Coming into butterfly twist. Moving the right knee on top of left. Into spinal rotation. If you need it to deepen the stretch, the right knee can move up toward the chest, so the heel comes more onto the knee. You can place a block under the right knee. The right shoulder remains grounded, relaxing back muscles in your twist.
Twist after wheel isn't like optional. There must be a twist. You know, anytime we do backward bends, every autumn there's a backward bend, there's a twist. So this twist is really crucial. And we want to give enough time for it and allow students to really release their spine after the wheel. And then there's another reclined butterfly after, there's another spider after butterfly twist for the same reason.
Next exhalation, release the twist undo, the knee moves back, right knee moves back on top of left, if you have brought it up. Open through the hips, through butterfly, moving to the other side. Choosing the depth of your twist, either with the left knee on top of right, or the knee moving up toward your chest. Long exhalation out. Your next exhalation, moving leg back, open hips through reclined butterfly. Knees to chest. Inhale, spider asana. Feel the sacrum plate in neutral, the spine lengthened. To assist with this, you may place the head on a pillow to be able to beautifully lengthen through the spine. And just feel the weight of the hands pushing down onto the soles of the feet, gravity of the earth, pulling down, knees toward the elbow creases. Check what's after this.
Now from spider, return to knees to chest. And then the flow from knees to chest, after you hold a few breaths, is to squat. You have the option here. In level 2, once we've learned roll downs 1, 2, and 3, then if you can roll directly from knees to chest to squat effortlessly, go for it. Otherwise, one arm overhead, roll to your side,
and then roll up as we would in earlier levels. That's it, Gabby. Just no rush at all. Because you can do it. I can see how smooth you are rolling up. You want to just flow without any rush at all. That was excellent. All right.
Touch.
So yeah, if you're going to Earth Touch, Gabby, otherwise we're just going to a seated posture. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Gabby, that was great. Really, both of you are doing very, very well. Yeah, yeah, that was really good. You did a great job with that without and not doing a single wheel. That was good. Toni, your wheel flow is great. Yeah, there's no issues there at all. I mean, you just go up as high as you can. You flowed back down. You took care of yourself. You did another round. Did really great. Yeah.
Rishi,
Okay.
can I ask something here? And
Yes, please.
I will practice it and I will find my way into the wheel. But when you do have the feet on the block, would you also have the hands on the block or the hands to ground?
That usually doesn't work because the reason it helps is you're elevating one side of the body or the other. If you put
Okay.
your hands and your feet on the block, all you've done is lift yourself higher, right? You've actually
Yeah, makes
changed.
sense.
Yeah. And so it's kind of one or the other. Having your feet on
Okay.
blocks makes it easier to roll up. Like in basics, when they're learning in the very beginning of series
Yeah.
one and they're learning bridge roll one,
Yeah.
lifting feet gives you a head start. It makes it easier to tuck. So that piece, it can make it easier to lift up. And it can, for some people, it just, maybe the thighs are very tight, and that's where they get a great stretch. They're trying to lift up, but they just can't keep their heels on the ground and lift their hips because it's too much stretch in the top of the legs. Having their feet can help. Yeah.
Maybe that will be my option. I will try it.
So the thing to do is to try both and just see if
Yeah.
either help, and just to keep working towards opening your chest, and feel where it's limiting. If it feels like, wow, it's such a stretch in the shoulders, prepare with lots of shoulder openings, wall hang two, extended shoulder stretch, things that give a lot of range of motion in the shoulder, so that when you do lift up, you're able to press your arms back and your chest forward.
I think it's strength with me to have these arms in that awkward back position, and I don't have the strength to push myself up. I think
Try
that's
your hands just a little bit further back in your feet, maybe, so you're not as close in as wheel. That way, instead of lifting straight up, you're kind of lifting at an angle. You have to be careful that your feet don't slide. Make sure you have a good sticky mat and your hands against something, because the more you're longer, the more weight is going this way, and the more it's easier to slide. That's why it seems like people who are very flexible can flow on anything, because like in mountain, they're like this. And feel their hands and feet are close together, so most of the weight is going straight down, and they don't slide. Like Kali, she can flow on anything. Just like, I don't know how she does it. It's incredible. Okay, Toni, if we're gonna, so there is are you okay to go for a minute?
Quick question, butterfly twist in level 2. Are we is it the knee to the opposite knee, or do we bring in the ankle to the knee?
In what?
Butterfly twist.
Butterfly twist, it's the same as in I think we do it in level 1. Yeah. Same as there. You're just crossing over, and so your foot will come over by the knee.
Foot by the knee, yeah, cross.
Okay. When you keep your knees together, that's from knees to chest. And that's called reclined twist. That's in basics.
Yeah.
Do it at and away from the wall.
Yeah.
Then there's also, I think it might be in level 2, or it's in later in level 2. There's extended butterfly twist, where you cross over and then you straighten the top leg.
Yeah.
And then in level 3, you can actually even hold the bottom leg and just go in opposite directions.
Right.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. So Toni, if everybody's okay, we've got not even 45 minutes, and we'll take a good long yoga nidra at the end. So we've got basically not enough time, but we're definitely going to finish with a wonderful the final hip opening. Toni, if you could start at number 61,
There is a half tortoise twist that's here to release the spine again after wheel, but I feel like we're okay after butterfly twist. So we're just going to go directly into extended pyramid. In level 2, we start with penguin and frog. We don't have to hold them a long time. And they can also be used as a way to kind of bring everybody into those postures and say, you can remain here, or if you want to flow into extended pyramid, you know. But as we go up, like in level 3, these postures aren't listed. It's just understood that if you need a modification, it's penguin or frog. Otherwise, you go directly into pyramid. And Tony, you can also use the wall here if you want. You know, since we have a wall, you know, if you have your mat against the wall and your hips against the wall, it's like awesome for extended pyramid because then you know your hips and ankles are in line. And for people who want to lower down to the earth, then they have the support of the wall to do it. Okay. You think you got it?
Oh,
Uh,
brain is tiring, but that's all right. Cool. Yeah, let's go for it.
Let's go for it.
Before we start, we're just making sure you've got a pillow or some blocks in preparation for some penguin, extended frog. And then we are making our way up to a standing position. And on your next inhale, upward salutes. Exhale, earth touch through to monkey. Exhale, tortoise, just bringing the weight onto the hands, onto blocks in front, slightly jumping back, rolling over the tops of the feet into tortoise. Then inhale to lengthen, taking any props you need for your tortoise. Exhale, extended penguin asana. Just taking your pillow or your blocks in front of the chest, hinging forward from the hips. With your hips over your knees. Rotating your ankles out. We'll just turn 90 degrees. Ankles 90 degrees. I'll just turn so you can see me.
Yeah, if anyone wanted to use the wall, the way to use the wall here for penguin is you have your feet against the wall, and it keeps your feet pointed out to side. It also allows you to feel like if you're pressing your hips back, you can really get a great stretch there and feel when the hips are between the knees.
I'll try that too. You right, Gabi?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I just realized that I cannot move my mat as far back, so I'm okay here.
You can turn your head to one side if you like, just to relax the head and the neck. If you're against the wall, ankles 90 degrees, and you can push back against the wall. An option here to stay in extended penguin, or if you like, on your next exhale, extended frog. Just drawing the soles of the feet together. And just the heels together, if that works for you. As far as you can, just bringing those feet towards each other. And you'll feel that stretch deeper in the hips. Just bring your awareness back to your complete Ujjayi breath. And on your next inhale, bringing yourself back to tortoise asana. So just bringing the weight onto your hands, just lifting the chest up. Bringing the knees towards the center of your mat. You might just need to come away from the wall a little bit too. Inhale, tortoise asana, hips move back.
There'd be a frog in there as well, right?
Extended frog. Yep.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yep, so we did that one with our heels. Sorry, a little bit all over the shop as well. Did it? So extended frog, just bringing our heels together.
No, we're already in tortoise.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, there was a
No,
problem.
it's okay. Penguin and frog kind of go together. They're like friends. You
Okay.
know, if you see one, you see the other. And so we always give that option. And the reason is like someone might feel really completely open in penguin. And as soon as they begin to point their feet and bring their feet together, it's like the stretch goes to maximum. You
Yeah.
know, so different people they might be served better by one or the other. So we want to
Yeah.
give both options.
So not necessarily do both, but just give the option.
Now we're what?
Not necessarily do both, but just give the option for both.
Right. I mean, most people will do both, but some people will like say like, you know what, I know I just need to be in penguin. Others might go into frog sooner. What we watch for is that people don't just go to the easiest one for themselves and stay there. You know, I mean, they can if they want, of course, no problem. But we want to kind of search for that tension and find it. We're already in tortoise now, so there's no need to kind of go back into penguin. You can just flow from here.
I think you did it, Tony. You just missed like pointing the toes first and then bringing the heels together.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I didn't do that.
Yeah, I think I just missed it because I wasn't doing it somehow. When you started rolling up, I never heard like a clear extended frog. So it sounds like you did get most of it. But when you start, first you point the feet back because that might be enough for people. And they want to make sure that when their feet point, they don't lift up the heels. Some people, their heels will lift a little bit. They're still pressing them down. That's okay. It's like mountain. I think I've taught it in the past that your heels could not lift no matter what. And that has been that has been revised. Yeah, I learned that some people, their heels won't be all the way pressing into the earth. They won't be able to get a stretch otherwise, but they're still pressing them towards the ground in frog. You know, kind of like in mountain, your heels might not be on the ground, but they're still pressing down. So there's variation there. So for people to get the very best stretch in frog, what we don't want is people just to bring their feet together and their heels fly up in the air and they're not getting a stretch. You've really got to be pressing down with the feet.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Just coming back to tortoise asana for a few breaths here. And on your next exhale, pyramid one, hinging forward from the hips, placing your hands on the mat or on blocks. No, I'm going to take it back a step. So inhale, cat, springing the knees together, hinging forward from the hips, tucking the toes. Exhale, pyramid 1. Lifting the knees, chest remains lifted, lightly jump out to the side. Inhale here in pyramid 1 with a straight spine. Exhale, pyramid 2 asana. Hinging forward from the hips. Maintaining that length in the spine. Or if you have the flexibility, you can relax through vertebra by vertebra and lowering the head. Hands can remain on the mat or on blocks.
Yeah, just for clarity, that the like the final posture in pyramid 2 would be like tortoise 2, would be having your elbows on the earth and the spine in natural alignment. And most people won't be able to do it, but we would still kind of give that option because you might have a person who can. Like tortoise 2. Tortoise 2 is having the elbows on the earth and the spine in natural alignment. Most people can't do it, but we want to be clear that that's what the alignment is.
Okay, cool. So pyramid 2 options, having your hands on the blocks or resting forearms down on the blocks or on the earth. Pyramid 2 asana. And on your next exhale, extended pyramid. Extending the arms along the mat into like a mountain.
Extended, that's pyramid stretch. We do that in level 1. Extended pyramid is like you're in pyramid 1 and then you're walking your feet wider and wider and wider. Dagmar, I'm gonna spotlight you just for a second so everybody can see. You can see Dagmar, how wide her legs are. And eventually someone might be able to go into their hips around the ground. Like imagine, the ballerinas and the gymnasts and the dancers of the world. Yeah, so for some, the difference between pyramid 1 and extended pyramid might not be very much at all. But this is like a super deep hip abduction. And we use blocks either under the arms or like I would have the blocks and maybe a bolster stacked up so it could be underneath my chest. That way you're able to surrender the upper body and maintain alignment in the spine while your legs go wider and wider. And you see how Dagmar's feet are at the very edge of her mat. And she's got one foot against the furniture there. That's so the feet don't slide. If you get your feet like off the mat, you have to be prepared to surrender your hips all the way down, with the full weight of your body. So Dagmar's got herself in a perfect position where she can still have one foot on the edge of the mat and be getting a good stretch. Yeah. So this is different than pyramid stretch for sure. And that's why I mentioned using the wall. You see how Dagmar's got her heels and her hips against the wall? She knows that she's got perfect alignment in the lower body.
And from there, we move to seated pyramid.
You're unspotlighted, Dagmar.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's it. We can continue, yeah. We would normally hold this at least, it's like a Hanuman, at least 5 minutes. Probably 7. If in a workshop, it would be 7. Wow, Gabi. Wow. That is really an open seated pyramid. And so it's whenever you're ready, you can, right now for teaching, just speaking through it, it's important just to know the alignments. But we would hold this for quite a while because it takes some time to get into it and some time to come out of it.
Yeah. All right, so from extended pyramid, and then we're lowering into seated pyramid. So taking your props as required, a block or a pillow. It's almost like the splits action. And the option here is you can extend the arms forward as well and hinging forward from the hips. Oh no, that's just seated pyramid, sorry. So that's just seated pyramid like that. Yep, I'm gonna hold this. And the option for a seated pyramid forward bend. Hinging forward from the hips. Taking your blocks as required. Forearms on the blocks. or arms directly on the earth. That's good, Gabi.
Yeah. She's got a really wow seated pyramid.
And on your next inhale, back to seated pyramid. Exhale, L seat. Tuck the tail.
So when you flow from pyramid, you're going to feel the feet point, the body roll up and then lengthen. Unless you're already in natural alignment, then you would just lift. But you can feel the opposite movement of the feet pointing. Yeah. And then that's it, Toni. And then from here, you're right. You had mentioned the tailbone, so continue.
Tuck the tailbone around the spine. And draw the legs together in L seat. Hinge forward and lengthen from the base.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Taking blocks as required. Inhale, squat. Tuck the tailbone around the spine. Bend the knees. Lift the buttocks. Lengthen from the base to the crown. Exhale, butterfly. Lower the hips to the ground. Knees move out to the side. Soles of the feet together. Just taking any blocks that's required, any props to place under the sides of the thighs. Bringing our hands on our feet. With a lengthened spine. On your next inhale,
Yeah, you might as well continue with the next sequence because we're here.
on your next inhale, prep for right side palm tree butterfly. Extending your right leg up, right arm up. Close to you. Taking a
Just
block.
like this. Just like this. You just bring your arms out, lightly touching. It's the same as you would do in palm tree tortoise from level 1. Yes, we just go right here. And then flow. Yeah, you feel that start at the base of the spine and the arm follows. So we never have to lift the arm up. It just kind of follows the spine.
Inhale, prep. Exhale, left side, palm tree butterfly.
Yeah. So like this, Toni, watch. When you start, you don't start by lifting the arm. You start at the base of the spine by rounding over. And as you round over, the arm follows. So it's a palm tree and the arm is actually going to land last. Then as you lengthen up, see the arm is just flowing till we get back to the center and then it's the other side. That's it. Yeah.
And just repeat a few rounds of palm tree butterfly. And when you're next on your right side, palm tree butterfly asana. Inhale, release. And left side, palm tree butterfly asana. Inhale, lower the left arm. Exhale, butterfly, lengthen through the spine. Place your hands in front on your feet or by your side. Exhale, butterfly forward bend asana, hinging forward from the hips. You might like to just extend your feet a little bit further out in front, or you can keep them where they are and just hinging forward from the hips with a lengthened spine, or if you have it in your body there, just relaxing vertebra by vertebra, then relaxing the forehead and then the neck and the head into a forward bend asana. If you've completely relaxed the spine, on your next inhale back to butterfly, tuck the tailbone, roll up vertebra by vertebra, lengthening through the crown of the head, and just to readjust those feet to your butterfly position.
Now from butterfly, we won't take a flow to earth touch. You'll just, from your butterfly, you can inhale to squat and then take a flow to free seat if you want, and then just pause there for a moment. Great. From, just so we're all clear about extended pyramid, that when we release from extended pyramid to seated pyramid, there's two ways to do it. In level 2, the most common way is going to be to, from extended pyramid, to walk your feet into pyramid and then to L seat and then squat and then lower and then open your legs again. So that would be like this. That's pretty much, unless your hips are so close to the ground that you can just gently roll back into seated pyramid, you're going to, from extended pyramid, you're going to walk the feet in, keeping the spine long. At any time, if you feel ready, you can jump the feet in. And then you're going to bring the hands back, flow into squat, L seat, and then open the legs into seated pyramid. Now, that's for most people, that's the only way they can do it. If you're able to go directly from extended pyramid into seated pyramid, that benefit is then your legs stay wide. You don't have to try to get them to the same width, and it feels amazing. But some people, like for myself, I'm strong enough, I can just reach my hands back and lower myself really gently to the earth, even though I start kind of high. So if someone has total control, that is an option. So like here, from extended pyramid, I can just walk the hands back and lower completely smoothly. See, I can stop at any point, and there's no chance of falling, and then the legs stay wide. And I have the props I needed under the hips. So there are two ways to do it, but like Dagmar, you rolled into seated pyramid and used the wall. You did it really great. Otherwise, we would bring the feet in if needed and go to squat. In the manual, there used to be a box here, next to extended pyramid. Next to this, the extended and seated pyramid section that described walking the feet in from extended pyramid to extended bend and then going to squat. We just took it out because teachers should just know. Sometimes in the manuals, like early on college, you would write notes, so there'd be, they'd be like, hey, make a note of this. And it wasn't ever meant to like be formally in a box in the manual, and it would end up there.
That was an awesome lowering, Rishi.
What?
It was an awesome lowering.
Oh, yeah. Being strong is good for something sometimes. Yeah. If I could trade 50% of my strength for 50% more hips, I would do it like that. But just have to work. Okay. We just have a couple of minutes. What I'd like to do is finish just with a simple winter at your own pace. You can take your flow into knees to chest when you're ready. And then if you need some bridge rolls, you can do it. Otherwise, you'll flow into bridge, place the props, and then flow into inverted bridge, lifting both legs at the same time from bridge. You guys aren't going to teach it. You're done. You did really well at this. We missed all of the winter essentially, and actually not essentially. We missed all of the winter in series 3, but the sequences I really want to do we'll make up in the next in the next 2 sessions. I think we'll have time, so we'll see. The toe stretch sequence in the winter, Hanuman we do in series 5, and then yeah. So you're rolling down vertebra by vertebra to knees to chest, and the knees follow with you. So if you feel your spine needs some bridge rolls to prepare, then take those, and when you are ready, place the blocks in inverted bridge asana.
When you're complete with inverted bridge, release to partial recline, flow to knees to chest. And then when ready, take a reclined twist on both sides, and then at your own pace, into a reclined posture of choice for Yoga Nidra. You can remain inclined until we go off the air if you want. There's no reason to get up. Just for those who wish. Kurumataki.
Jay.
You guys did great. What can I say? Very well done. All right. Have a great day. Have a great tomorrow, and I'll see you on it's Friday there. What time? When is it there? Is it Friday already?
Friday.
Yeah, I'll see you on Sunday and Monday. Yeah, it's
Lovely.
11:30 Thursday night here.
Oh,
Oh no. Kalaji's downstairs teaching a mudra class, a 3-hour mudra program until 1 in the morning with the Israelis. So we're having fun.
wow. Thank you so much, Rishi.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is fantastic. You guys have been superbly trained. Just really excellent. Yeah, really cool. Dagmar, thanks so much. This is great. And I will see everybody. I'll see you soon.
Thanks,
You
Rishi.
too, Rishi. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, Jay.
Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Dagmar. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabi. You did amazing.